pre-workshop. Now, on the pre-workshop, this one was an assignment that was given 1 week before. So this is what was expected of the learners here, that the teacher was supposed to give an assignment 1 week before, as I have said, and the learners were supposed to collect information or material in their social environment related to the topic, this which we are discussing, that is digital security. So the main focus here was that we were focusing on the social environment of the place of learning. So our suggestions to make the pre-workshop phase a success was that now we are assuming we are on the D-Day of the presentation. So the 1 week, the assignment has already been finished. So the first thing we are going to do as a teacher, you have to make sure that you give the learners a warm welcome, and then you introduce yourself so that they are familiar with who is going to take them through the entire course. After that, you give them the room to socialize and create a rapport between themselves so that they know each other well. And then from there, you move on and introduce them to the topic so that they are familiar with what they are going to encounter during the entire session. So this is where now, you bring in the aspect of what digital security is, and you shed more insights on the same. And then from there, you will give the students an opportunity to share among themselves. And then you can have teasers and icebreakers, to break the monotony of learning, learning, learning. And then finally, you now give the students a room to present their findings, because this is an assignment that was given 1 week before. So our remarks here is that at the end of the day, the teacher is supposed to establish topic relationship with the learners. And then you are also supposed to be able to highlight the relevance of the topic and its importance to the young people or the professionals. And at the same time, make sure that everyone understands the agenda and the activity behind the digital security education that you will be offering. Now, the second phase of this curriculum development was the decoration. And basically, we all understand that how a room looks like creates, the tone of the presentation, and that will determine whether the learners will be focused or not. So you have to come up with visual impressions that will make the room more welcoming and create the ambience to do with digital security. So here we came up with this, that we can make posters that are talking about digital security awareness. We could print signs and symbols of digital security and stick them around in the room or even outside, so as they come in, they are able to see that. We also talked about drawings on the topic. You could have the learners draw or things related to digital security. And then there is also the aspect of printing roll-up banners, and then you erect them in the room, maybe at the focal point where all of them can see, so that you can have one on your right, one on your left, as you make the presentations in the middle. Also, we talked about, yes, I have already talked about that one. And then with the projector, maybe before you start the presentation, you can have a poster or projected on the screen on creating awareness about the digital security. And then you can also have flip charts and provide computers for practical exercises. So here with guided questions, the trainer will ask about the expectations of the course and if the decorations evoke any curiosity on digital security and data protection. Maybe please move to the next slide. All right, thank you. The third phase of this curriculum development was now on the focus, and here the focus was supposed to be visually attractive and related to the topic. So here we came up with this, that we are supposed to understand the basics of digital security. Yes, the basics of digital security and social media safety on a short video clip on internet browser IP, email, virtual private network, dark web, password protection, risk analysis model, or encryption. I don't know if sister is aware. Please take us back to the presentation.
The screen, we don't have the presentation on the screen anymore. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Please go
Yeah.
ahead.
Okay.
Yes, so here we will give the learners a chance to debate on possible outcomes of the usage of digital tools. So here the trainer is supposed to present the concept of digital security and data protection through PowerPoint presentation, opening the space to questions from participants. So this is supposed to be an interactive session between the learners and the trainer. The fourth phase is brainstorming questions or activities. And now here we are supposed to come up with questions that will allow even more engaging sessions. So suggestions on what we came up with is, do the learners use the internet? What comes to their mind when they hear of digital security? So here we also give them a chance to brainstorm on what digital security is as we create that engaging platform. Question number 2 was that from their findings, which they did 1 week ago, how can they protect themselves from digital threats? And the third question was, what is the basic understanding of critical thinking in relation to data protection and social media risks? So here at the end of the day, the trainer is supposed to identify what is threat modeling and explain that. And then from there, you will give group work, which is 10 to 15 minutes, and the learners will be able, you discuss with the students what they think about the questions we have raised, these 3 questions, and we divide them into groups, about 3, to brainstorm and come up with their risk models, where they will be asked to make a list based on making a table or on object of protection, adversary, ability to succeed, and the why not behind that. Now, on to the fourth phase, no, the fifth phase, which is creative synthesis. Here we in groups of 3 or 4, they're supposed to suggest creative activities to be carried out by the learners and that correlate with the subject being dealt with. So yes, activities that we came up with is that activity 1, discussion in groups on the UNESCO model, think critically and click wisely, think before clicking or think before sharing, reasons for being media and digital literacy. So this is an activity that the learners are supposed to engage in. Activity 2, they're supposed to understand basic concepts around the topic to create critical thinking skills and dictate feasible threats and opportunities. So the group work is supposed to be based on brainstorming in relation with real life experiences. So again, in the group work, they're supposed to think, pair, and share in 5 minutes. And then we ask the students to, we'll ask the students to make a pair and think about 2 minutes about their risks in the digital space. The third activity is that the students will be paired up to share what they think their threats are and how risky it is for them. Then activity number 4 is that we create a strategy to protect ourselves online, do it yourself. So students are divided in groups of 3, and they're supposed to brainstorm and make a flip chart based on the input. So here they will evaluate the fulfillment of the learning objectives of the seminar. So methods of the trainer, guided discussion, pairing students to discuss among them. So you make a list of 3 of things in 3 categories. Category number 1 is that is what they remembered most. Category number 2 is what they might forget. And category number 3 is what they want to improve. So participants are supposed to write their names or write names of the contents only, and they will review previous day learnings and identify where they need to catch up with the learnings. In the combination of these two methods, the trainer then will learn about what the students have learned and what they need to concentrate on. Also, the trainer will share a questionnaire for participants to evaluate the performance of the instructors, the clarity and efficiency of the resources, among other variables that assesses the fulfillment of the learning objectives. So let us move to the next slide, please. Yes, the duration of the training, it is a one-day training. And yes, other suggestions, expecting outcomes, students will learn to produce their own risk assessment model and a protection strategy. Yes, that is the end of our presentation as Group 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Group 3, for that presentation. Uh, I know we exceeded the time we gave, but well done, well done, well done, well done. All right. So, do we have any questions for Group 3 presentation and the summary of what we just talked about in this presentation before we go on to the next?
Thank you further for your presentation. I don't know, Amy, you are there. Maybe you can make a comment as digital security is your argument. Yeah, give you the floor, Amy.
Thank you. Great presentation and great work. I think it was very clear, and I particularly like the creative part, the way how you were trying to improve or encourage the participants to use these tools and find ways to communicate what they learned, what they like, what they didn't like, even the procedures that you are recommending. I think it's great. And I'm also happy because you really absorb of the information about digital security and on all of these keywords and all of these parts. I think it's fantastic to see that and how it could be translated to real world examples. Maybe my only recommendation in such case would be that it will be longer than one day training, not only because it's a lot of information, but also because when you are working with young people, it's also helpful to let them rest for the night, maybe talk to the pillow and really absorb that information. And usually great ideas come the next day, even if it's only one day and a half. These more the discussions and the debates tend to have a greater impact by the next day. It's like when here in this training we are having a conversation today, and maybe yesterday you have been thinking about that, you have thought about safeguarding or artificial intelligence. So it's this aspect that I think it will enhance a lot more these sort of experiences. But great work, I think it's great. And yeah, I don't have comments on the curriculum. Maybe Mambulo will do it, but in terms of the digital security aspect, you did a great job.
Thank you, Amy. On my side, I think just for the preparatory activity, I don't know if we can have it, the presentation, because as I don't share it, so.
Which one? Which presentation?
The first one, the one we have done now. Yes, at the beginning, yeah. Yes, pre-workshop. I'm saying here, warm welcome, introduction, socialize, familiarizing. Yeah, here, yes, the pre-workshop. Normally, the pre-workshop activity is an activity that you give for single students. Imagine maybe you have 10 students, they have to attend the workshop. So you bring them together and you give them one task, just one, not too much tasks, many tasks. For digital security, for instance, the topic is curriculum making for digital security. Here also, maybe Amy, you can give some word, but I don't know. For instance, for digital security, you can have one topic. It can be how to build strong password, maybe, or how to avoid, I don't know, how to behave in front of sexting. the topic has to be very, very, very clear. Then it will lead you also to calculate really the time of your training. The training can be 1 day, but it has to be very clear. 1 day, what does means? It means 2 hour, 3 hour, 6 hour, 8 hour. So when you define the timing of your training, it's important to define it in terms of hours. Then you can really calculate the number of hours you need. So the pre-workshop is an activity that each single student can do at home in his it's a social environment. Maybe I don't know for password. For instance, if the password is the film, so how to have strong password or how you behave with the password, it can be okay. Go in your neighborhood, ask other people if they change their password, how they do with their password, what is their behavior with their password. So ask 3 people. It can be just this as assignment to do at home. Then when they come back, the day of the training, you can begin asking them or during the brainstorming, what did you discover around the management of password of people with which you made the interview. So this is just the two to comment. I think I can make
Thank
here.
you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mambulu. Thank you, Amy. Yes. Dr. Miriam, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Amy and Mambulu, for your intervention and contribution. Actually, what you said is absolutely in order, but we didn't want to deviate from the assignment. I mean, looking at what is here, and maybe that was what our own understanding, because I know that I have been into curriculum development with my students, and then you presume that these people are coming from a kind of a clean slate, even though you ask them to go and get previous information or prior information before they come in. So with this new introduction you have given, at least that also is something I have to maybe integrate also in my own class. So when I'm giving them a curriculum development task, I will believe that, okay, do something and then come back and then we start from there. So this is a new thing. It's a new aspect. Also, thank you so much, Bambulu.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Marianne.
Excuse
Thank you,
me,
Mr. Mambulu.
I have a question, please.
Okay, so we so for the presentation that just finished, yeah?
From the explanation of Father Mumbulu.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you able to? I'm so sorry because we need to let the other groups start to present. Can you share the question in the comment, Mr. Mambulu? We look at it and reply.
I think it's all right. I can even forgo it. No
he's part of the group. That is why he's
yes, I understand. Yeah, I understand, but we
Yeah.
need to get the other groups moving as well because the whole group has to present in less than 1 hour. 1 hour and already past spent time on one group already. So we want to have time for each group to be able to go through. So if you can ask the question in the comments, Mr. Mambulu will be looking out for it and then answer it. Please, let's do that. Thank you very much. Thank you for understanding. All right, we're going to move it on, and I'm going to call on group one for their presentation now. And to present for group one under curriculum is Sister Albertine. Sister Albertine, if you're there, can start your presentation. And afterwards, group two should get ready after group one for their own presentation. That's Sister Mary Demarala after group one. Thank you very much. Please, the stage is yours.
D'accord. Est-ce que vous voyez mon écran?
Si, yes, oui.
D'accord. Donc, voici notre travail sur l'élaboration d'un programme d'études pour l'éducation aux médias et à l'information. Notre groupe a choisi comme sujet détecter et combattre les fausses nouvelles. Donc, l'objectif attendu à cet atelier, c'est de créer un programme d'études engageant et interactif qui enseigne les compétences de pensée critique, les techniques d'évaluation des médias et la consommation responsable des médias. Notre groupe a choisi le milieu scolaire comme environnement social. Donc, en ce qui concerne le pré-atelier, on a choisi l'école. C'est un lieu très instructif, mais aussi très contaminant, car les élèves proviennent de milieux et de familles différents. Un élève peut être influencé un autre à travers de mauvais discours ou de mauvaises tendances. Nous savons bien que l'influence sociale est souvent négative. Un autre élève aussi qui a une mauvaise information peut la véhiculer aux autres et les contamine par conséquent. Donc, nous avons constaté que beaucoup de nos élèves qui sont mal informés trouvent leur source d'information dans leur milieu social, y compris le milieu scolaire. Donc, voici l'étape à suivre dans ce pré-atelier. D'abord, l'analyse de l'environnement, évaluer la présence des jeunes de 12 à 17 ans, puis élaborer un rapport détaillé avec le pourcentage de jeunes concernés, et ensuite identifier les médias utilisés par les jeunes dans ce milieu scolaire. Et enfin, on va convoquer une réunion pour discuter les résultats de l'enquête. Comme notre cible, ce sont des jeunes de 12 à 17 ans, donc on a choisi une grande salle bien équipée pour la formation, avec dans un espace attractif avec des couleurs comme ça. Mais voici quelques exemples de décoration. D'abord, des affiches illustratives pour présenter les réseaux sociaux avec les mentions Real News and Fake News. Des photos engageantes pour exposer des images de jeunes utilisant leur téléphone. On envisage aussi de distribuer des guides sur la vérification de la crédibilité des informations, donc des flyers informatifs. À l'étape suivante, nous essayons d'éveiller la curiosité des jeunes pour cette formation en utilisant des images ou des vidéos projetées sur l'écran. On peut prendre par exemple d'examiner des nouvelles récentes pour vérifier leur conformité à la réalité. On va utiliser aussi des caricatures illustrant la déformation des messages sur les réseaux sociaux, des falsifications d'images démontrant comment les images peuvent être manipulées sur les réseaux sociaux. Tout ça, c'est pour éveiller la curiosité des jeunes par rapport à cette formation. L'étape suivante, c'est sur le brainstorming pour susciter les débats. Donc, nous avons proposé 7 questions aux jeunes. Quels réseaux sociaux aimez-vous utiliser? Quelle importance accordez-vous aux réseaux sociaux? Comment vérifiez-vous la véracité ou la crédibilité des informations proposées par les réseaux sociaux? Est-ce que toutes les informations partagées dans les médias sont véridiques? Qu'est-ce qui vous motive à utiliser les réseaux sociaux? Comment vous voyez-vous face à cette évolution des médias? Et quels impacts font sur vous les fausses nouvelles? Donc, on passe à la phase suivante, la synthèse créative. Donc, on passe à l'activité pratique. Nous proposons 4 activités. Premièrement, c'est de présenter une pièce de théâtre en vidéo en montrant aux jeunes les dégâts d'une fausse nouvelle et leur demander ensuite de mettre en scène ce qu'ils viennent de regarder. Donc, c'est la première activité. Deuxièmement, c'est donc c'est une pratique. Demander à un ou deux jeunes de décrire l'activité et de l'envoyer à un ami pour vérifier s'il est vrai dans les formations qu'il reporte. Donc, à travers un réseau social de son choix. Troisièmement, c'est une activité ensemble de réaliser une vidéo sur les effets de la désinformation, s'inspirant par exemple sur l'histoire du garçon pantalon rose. Et enfin, on va poursuivre une recherche, c'est-à-dire faire chercher une information spécifique aux participants sur leur smartphone, bien sûr, et vérifier comment chacun agit et à quel résultat aboutit-il, puis leur demander leurs avis sur les résultats. Donc, la dernière phase, c'est la durée de la formation. Nous envisageons de faire cet atelier en 2 jours. Donc, le premier jour, c'est la présentation du projet et des objectifs. Et le deuxième jour, c'est la présentation et la mise en œuvre des activités. Et on finit par la recherche de solutions ensemble. On demande la participation active des participants dans la recherche des solutions. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, sœur Albertine. En tout cas, bravo. Vous avez fait un grand travail. Voilà. Je vais peut-être demander à Dr. Marian de faire un commentaire sur le contenu parce qu'elle est experte sur la question de Media Information Literacy. Mais je fais un commentaire rapide sur le curriculum. Le curriculum en soi est très bien fait. Allô? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Ah, okay. Le curriculum est très bien fait.
The program is well developed. I have appreciated the fact that the pre-workshop is not an individual activity, but you have tried to do a research, after the social research in school. There is a problem for the duration. The duration should be 1 day. You have to say, you have to precise, day 1, you are going to do this and this, i.e. grouping to study the results of the workshop, for 2 hours, and then realization of the training, 3 hours. And then if you want to do a creative summary, you can give another day. So day 3, a creative synthesis, you have to write from 9 to 10 or whatever the timing, so that the students will know very well when they are going to do this activity and in which part of their classroom lessons this will take place. So, but this is perfect. It's just the format. The content is perfect.
It's translated, isn't it? They are hearing it in their language, in French. Okay. So, thank you, Sister Albertine, for the presentation. And I would say the content really aligns with the topic. And Mambulu had already mentioned the aspects that I could have talked about regarding your audience. So these are children, because from your presentation I saw they are little children. So you do maybe your structure according to this target group so that they don't get bored. The contents are really good. But the thing is, these are children, and then you have to give them maybe some time to assimilate, and then maybe a time to break out, and then get some air, and then come back, so that it doesn't choke them. And I would also maybe in the future, I have 2 things. When you have a subject or maybe a course or a concept to pass on, and you want to have a curriculum development and then the demonstration of the lesson. So these are two things. So you have the curriculum, which is your plan, very simple. You make it in a table, you have the subject, you have the objective, you have the time, you have the medium, if you're going to use flip chart or PowerPoint to present, and then you also have your remarks. So it is just a table, a kind of a table that is very clear. And then it gives the agenda and the activity that is to be done, So, and then the demonstration of the lesson now comes in PowerPoint presentation, which is what you have done now, but you could have also done it in a PowerPoint presentation, the table. So, but if I'm to maybe score you or grade you, I will have a little question mark on that. So it's just for the future, So you can also look at other sites that develop curriculum and also do their demonstration lesson. Your demonstration lesson, I think you brought everything together, which is okay for what we are doing. But if you're maybe doing it for maybe your school, just have your plan, the curriculum set aside, which is very clear. And then you have your demonstration, which you also included the pictures or video clips and all that, just to make it also a bit separate. So, sister, thank you so much. And the pictures are really evoking, and so straight to the point. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Marianne. Thank you, Mr. Mambulu. Thank you, Sister Albertine, for presenting, and thank you for the feedback. I believe that everyone in the group is already learning, even people that are not on this particular group. I believe that all of us are taking the feedback and improve on our curriculum. All right, next is group 2. I'll now have the pleasure of bringing on stage. Okay. Yes, sir. Yes. Okay. Okay, no problem. All right. So, Sister Mary Nirmala, please, you can come up stage. Father Sanjay will be helping you with the presentation. All right. Good luck. Yes, we can.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Pleasant day to everyone. This group number 2 presenting on the topic social media for an integrated living. We are addressing students who are 16 and above, and we took up the theme as social media for an integrated living, subheaded as empathetic and balanced approach to digital world. Which we have taken it as one of the integrated part of their teenage learning. Next one. What will they learn out of this, under this topic? The learning outcomes would be to be well informed about the digital world, healthy digital habits, mindful technology usage, reassesses relationships beyond gadgets and digital security. The keywords that we have chosen to supplement this theme are, next slide please. Click carefully and think wisely. Digital citizenship, mindfulness, empathy, safety, digital kindness, digital respect, and digital security, which we want the children or the students to adapt to our 1-2 day session on social media, which also supplements our theme. In order to help this, we would have the pre-workshop. What is that pre-workshop? We would have this create an invitation to digital media, confirming the venue, conscientization, registration, verification of candidates, permission of the parents, issues that affect our communities, and needs for assessment. This is the presentation section we have done to help them to be creative, how a collage can help them arouse the curiosity to participate in our seminar, 2 days workshop. Next slide.
Can you
Next
speak
slide.
a little bit louder? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Next slide, please. This is the collage that we have done. And this is the invitation that we would send out to students. Play the invitation, please. Play the invitation, please.
There's sound.
Yes.
There's sound.
There is sound. I just took it as
Yes,
one
go
school
ahead.
that would send out invitation to teenagers, because teenagers, they like to have something tangible and which is colorful. The next one, we would say what decoration we would have in order to motivate them. We prepare banners and posters and brochures, signs and symbols of gadgets, display of digital items, collage and notice boards, physical arrangements, colorful presentations, artworks and pictures of students with their activities. Next slide, please. This is the brochure that we would send out in order to help the students to know what they're really coming to discuss on. Next. What are we going to focus on digital technology? Our main idea is to make them morally strong and right use of digital technology, awareness among the young people. And that would be on etiquette, on social media literacy, how to access security, that could be on AI also, health, wellness, and all other aspects that would help them in the future. Next slide. Now, questions that we would use for our 2 days workshop is, how do you think technology affects your mental health and well-being? Have you experienced online embarrassment, harassment, and how did you overcome it? Is digital media apt to this generation? How has this affected the relationship in your family and with friends, both positive and negative? This would serve as a remark for students or teenagers who have already been experienced quite a number of years using the social media. And that will also help them to introspect of their activities. Next, we've got how we are going to use creative synthesis, revising knowledge in an innovative way. For that, we have activities among students. That is activity 1, first universal prayer and meditation that helps them to come to themselves for an integrated living, because we have a keyword as integrated living. Second activity is to reflect on reflective sessions. That would be some sources that we use, information that we use. Activity 3, we have group discussion and presentations on the reflections that we get, especially on social media. Fourth one is activity, that is debate. All that they hear, they try to assimilate and evaluate and have a debate of pros and cons. Activity 5 is recreational and creative activities like songs and games, which would bring them together and try to know each other also. A duration of our training is 2 days program, because whom we are addressing is the adults above 16 years of age. So day 1, we have session, inauguration, welcome, prayer, ice breaks, self-introduction. Second session we have is introduction on digital well-being. Third session would be discussion and pros and cons of social media. How can we live without social media? And feedback. What do they feel about their participation and the idea that they are receiving through sessions? So day 2 is building habits and integrated well-being. We have got prayer review of the previous days, of the past days, and also reporting. How did they feel about it? And session 1, input session on cyber security. Second session would be using social media for evangelization. Third session would be creation of a storyline and enactment from their real life situation. Fourth session, introduction to school journalism. Like how would they proceed further in their learning, like addressing the prevailing issues of the locality. Evaluation, how did all this happen in 2 days? And future plans, what do they have for the future as student associations? Other suggestions we have for students is writing projects for media literacy of the students who are interested with financial aid, creating a media club in the school, introducing an effective school journalism team, giving counseling, supporting those who are lonely, who are affected by cyberbullying. And thank you for this opportunity, and God be gracious to everyone. I hope we did not occur much of trouble. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sister Mary. Thank you for that presentation. Well done, well done. Okay, so we have Father Mamzulu. Where's Dr. Marianne? Are you going to be able to add to this? Oh, please go ahead.
So thank you, Sister Mary, and Father Sanjay also for the mentorship. It has been a very great work because addressing digital well-being and integrity, it's the argument is huge. It's an argument for a 1 year, we can say, training in a school. So you have a lot of different topics. And what is very interesting here is that you try to make a kind of program for different topics. It should be interesting to concentrate on one topic. For instance, digital well-being. One topic can be how to detox yourself from social media. This can be one topic. And if you want to create what you have done is a kind of program. You made a program with different topics. So there was some discrepancy between the curriculum making for the topic and afterward how you divide it in different days. So it's come that you made a kind of program for digital well-being. So with different topics that can be done in different days. This is good. It's good, but you have done a lot of it's a lot of job. Maybe it will you will need more time to do this. So it's okay. So it's a first step on curriculum making. So you can just take what you have done and you divide it in. You use the same structure you receive for curriculum making. You use for one topic, second topic, third topic, fourth topic. So this is what you have just to do to continue the work you have done right now. So to divide in different topic, because one topic can take you 1 day, just one topic. And for instance, we talk about digital detox. This is topic of 1 day. Another topic of another day, another curriculum making can be digital citizenship. What is digital citizenship? So it can take you another day. So you can build a curriculum, use the form just for digital citizenship. Then you go further. So then you create a program for on digital well-being, because digital well-being is a kind of high-level concept, and inside you have a lot of other topics. So great work, just separate it in different topics.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that feedback, Mr. Mambulu. Thank you, thank you. We want more. You can get more, you can also give your reaction in the comments, just like Madani Case gave for the previous presentation, saying that he enjoyed the presentation, but he has his doubt about the time being too short for all the activities that they placed into this curriculum, especially for their relevance. So if you also have feedback for any presentation, please drop it in the comments. Even the people who are presented or the groups who are presented can also read through to get your reaction.
Here also, AJ,
Yes.
it's important to calculate your timing in hours. Daily, yes, it can be day 1, 2 hours. Day 2, because we are talking with young people, they have so many other things to do. So if it's a full day, you have to define it in hours, because then you can also say, okay, it's why it is 2 hours, because I will do the brainstorming in 30 minutes. I will do the creative activity in 1 hour, you know. And for creative activity, also you have to understand that you have to manage your time. So it's important. You suggested very interesting activity, but you need to understand they will do it together. If they are 15, do they have to do it together? If it's a theater, do they have to do it together? How much time that will they will need? So if it is just a theater, so it's 1 hour, okay, just one activity, not 2, 3, 4, because they will not have enough time. So be concrete, precise in timing, time calculation, and develop your plan for one specific topic, one after one. So you can develop for 10 topics, but one after another. Then you will calculate the time of each topics, and you will decide, okay, I will do in one day 2 topics, second day 1 topic or 3. Then it gives you a kind of overview of how much time you need to do this. And also we have to tell you that you have a lot of other example of curriculum making. We give you in our resources. You can just go when you will develop your real curriculum, go there and pick, because we have not to create the wheel. This was an exercise, but it's important to go to see how others are doing. Sister Mariam want to say something.
Yeah, Dr. Mariam, please.
Yeah, I think Mamulu had just said what I wanted to say in terms of the materials for curriculum development. And then because you really have to split it. Because when you are developing curriculum, you develop your curriculum, which is your plan, and then you do your demonstration lesson, which is the PowerPoint presentation. You know, with all the pictures, which is that it's so nice, because this is what children love. What they did is just like, children loves, is catchy. That's the kinesthetic, approach of learning, catching it with eyes and then doing it. So Sister Mary, thank you so much. And Father Sanjay, I think that's your group.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So
We even have another comment from from Amy Rosorlo, who says, I want to highlight that I especially loved your creative approach. The presentation and the video were fantastic. So that's good feedback for you as well. But yeah, I like that what Mr. Mambulu says. It's almost like zooming in on each topic and on each day. The more precise you are, the better you can plan for each day and the whole, to make the whole experience enjoyable for the people you are delivering the curriculum for. So thank you so very much for that presentation. Well done, team. All right, finally we have group 4. So I think we're going to have to invite Sister Namrata. we do not have any particular person that have come up for group 4. So please, if you're in group 4, either Sister Namrata or Sister Daisy, I'm sure you're in group 4. Can you present for your group? Who is in group 4 who wants to present for group 4?
It's on curriculum, the presentation on curriculum.
Yes, on curriculum, please. On curriculum. After the break, we will do for the policy. Do we have anyone from group 4 who wants to present on curriculum? Anyone from group 4? Don't worry, even if you do not, like, let's say, I don't know how to say this. Should we permit, even if they're like, oh my God, we don't have a presentation? You can still come up and, share based off of all the work you've done so far in the week. And yeah, if you can, somebody from group 4, it would be nice for us to have you present so that we can at least give you some feedback and, to make it better for next time. Anyone?
Energetic. This is
Yeah.
I have a list of 4.
Namrata is not there. If she is not there, I will try.
Okay. I think Sister Daisy, okay, says, okay, you want to try?
Means I have only scribbled the notes. Actually, Sister Namrata was the secretary. What I have scribbled, I will share with you.
Sister Namrata is there, but her mic is off. So you can present in case if she's coming, then we can add it up inside, sister.
Okay. Okay.
You can.
So Sister Daisy can go ahead, yeah?
Okay. What we discussed was parents need to be educated. Digital parenting. Our topic was digital parenting, and parents need to be educated to parenting the children about the digital citizenship. The brainstorming topics were definition of the digital world, parenting, what affect them positively and negatively, what they see and they do. The adolescents, they have identity crisis. They want to hide everything and the role models from their parents, what the media can bring, and how can the parents be a bridge between the children and the reality. And also in the ethical aspects of the digital world, how to foster healthy digital habits at home. What are the controls they can exercise, and no screen time at home, no digital world in their personal rooms. Objective of the curriculum and the profile of the students. The parents need to be enlightened. When we do something with children, parents are also involved. So there should be parent-teacher involvement when we give the digital classes. The curriculum for digital parenting, what is the concept of parenting? Who is a parent? Parenting goes beyond the roles of parenting in the 21st century. Responsible parenting, understanding the child, the psychology of the child, how do they think, feel, behave in each stage. And especially we talked about Erik Erikson's different stages of development. Exploring the digital terrain, we have to navigate it. Who is behind the digital terrain? Who is creating the children's video? Who is creating the content? The digital indoctrination, especially the addiction, make-believe, stubborn Catholic faith. Imagine in digital world, if digital world was not there, the power of indoctrination, advantage of digital media, advantages of social media, limitation of digital media, limitation of social media, especially can I give a handshake in the digital world, or digital relationship, cyberbullying. Open the video and they ask, for example, undress and ask for lump sum money, or otherwise they will circulate the video and things like that. Enhancing or exploring, harnessing the social media for family meeting, and the mind of the child is blank. What you write, that grows, that remains, and they work on it. These are the things we discussed in the group.
So thank you, Sister Daisy. Digital parenting is very important, and I think the idea to make inclusive your training, so to bring parents in your training is very important. I think you can have more time to continue in this curriculum making, and maybe also to send the final presentation, so we can really appreciate your brainstorming. And yeah, I don't know if Sister Mariam, you want to say something about this?
Well, Sister Daisy, thank you so much for taking the bold step in. You took a bold step and to redeem your group. I love that. So even if it is not in the, aesthetic way, others have done theirs. The most important thing is that the content is just what we are talking about. And like I always say, this digital media and all this stuff begins from home. The home is the first school before we go to the school. So, and the contents, all these the concepts which you mentioned is also something you can build your curriculum on, and they are really fantastic. They are really good. Okay, so Mombulu said when you now bring the pieces together and then form it in such a way that we can have it as a curriculum, that would be fantastic. Thank you so much. First of all, for the bold step to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Marin. So as we have 7 minutes, I want to share with you something that can be useful for you to create your curriculum, because we don't have to invent the wheel. There are a lot of organizations that already thought about how to make curriculum, for whom, how much time you need to do it, and they give you also the PowerPoint. So you have just to adapt it to your reality. We shared with you 2 websites, Faminum for Francophone, French-speaking people, and Common Sense for English-speaking people. We share the screen for you to see one example from Common Sense. Are you seeing my screen? Hello?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay. So this is the Common Sense website. You just go, you put commonsense.org. They have done a great job. So you have just to go there whenever you want to create a curriculum for whatever activity, you go there. You have 3 sessions for parents, for educator, and this is a kind of, they are talking about how they are impacting the world. They are really impacting the world because they have done a good job. So for instance, here, I take one topic, filter bubble trouble. This is one topic, specific. So not all the program, just one topic, but you can build a program with different topics. But what is important is to build curriculum on specific topics, because as you see here, it's clear for whom people, young people, grades to 12. It's 17 and 18 years old, I think, in the United States. Time, it's very clear, 50 minutes. Not 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 15 minutes, just for these specific topics. And here, the title of the topic is Filter Bubble Trouble. How can filter bubble limit the information we are exposed to? So here they define the learning objective, define filter bubble, and explain how it occurs, reflect on the limitations and drawbacks that filter bubbles cause, identify strategy for escaping their own filter bubble. So clear learning objective for these very clear topics. Then here we also ask you the vocabulary. So it's the different keywords that children or young people have to bring back at home after this 15-minute session. So here they talk about personalized content as one keyword, filter bubble as second keyword, algorithm as third keyword. So they have to understand those things when they finish. Related topic, digital citizenship, they put here, news and media literacy. So here you put digital citizenship and news and media literacy together. This is the vast, the greatest area of argument. And they give you also what is important, they give you slides. So when you click slides, and you have the slides on filter bubble. So it's very easy. So then you can go, they give you how to introduce essential question, how can you filter bubble, how can filter bubble limit the information we are exposed to. So here they enter already in brainstorming. So when we asked you the brainstorming here, they go directly for the brainstorming. They did not make the pre-atelier, the pre-workshop activity. This was just something more we asked you, but you can just go directly to brainstorming or to focus. Then they go the discussion. What is a filter bubble? How does it work? So the explanation. They use a video as a focus. You know, it's why also we asked you use video to enter in the argument, in the topic. So we have no time to read everything, but here it was also important for us to let you know that you can use instruments that are already there. So you go to Common Sense, you click for educators, and then you go to see what you want. You can say, okay, grades key 2, so young people, you click there, and you have different arguments. Media balance, well-being, privacy, digital footprint. So for instance, media, digital footprint and identity. Example, meet fit of the digital citizen. Yeah, this is a topic. So you have to go for topic. To create a program, you need topic 1, topics 2, topics 3, topics 4. And for this topic, the lesson is just 15 minutes. Then you can have a 1-day lesson with different topics. Then you can say first topic is 20 minutes. So then you have calculate really how many hours you need for your curriculum. It's important to do it in a precise way. Then you can organize the time of the young people inside a school or inside a club, because they have other things to do. You need to be clear with the timing. Then this is one, and it's 11, and you have to finish, but you have also for French people, the Faminum. Faminum is another website. Very quickly, 1 minute, please. You can enter in Famino, and here also you can select good practices. Then they give you different possibility. So here also you have some place for educator. You can connect, I think. Marc, comment sélection. Just go to those websites. Just this for Francophone, French-speaking people. You can also have different. Yeah, they suggest you in base of ages, and yeah. Thank you.
Wow, fantastic. And thank you, Fabiola. Fabiola already shared the links again in the comment section, even though all these are resources and they are part of the resources you already have access to. But here is a quicker way. You can just click on it and open on a tab right now, and then you can take some time to go through this website after the session so that you can start to look at. And I think the more you adapt some of this templates, the better you come up with your own ideas to add to make it be beautiful, to customize it to your own needs. But it's like you said, no need to reinvent the wheel. Just build on the shoulder of those who have gone ahead of you to help you structure your programs, your curriculum as well. Thank you so much for highlighting that again, Mr. Mambulu. And thank you everyone, group 1 to 4, for presenting on curriculum. We'll go on a short break, 15 minutes break. Well, now technically 13 minutes. And then when we're back, we are going to go into the presentation for the policies. Now, let me just quickly say here so that you can prepare for the policies. Please remember to prepare for the policies. We're just going to take it group 1, 2, 3, 4. So please prepare. Father Fegwe for group 1, Sister Fatima Sheila for group 2, Father Ernest Agbedike for group 3, and then we need to confirm for group 4 as well. So please, let's prepare our slides and be ready to present after the break. See you after the break.
Objectives. Number one objective is to promote responsible usage of digital tools and online etiquettes within the school and other organizations. Of course, having sense of responsibility helps one to stay out of trouble and make good choices, and that informed the following two objectives. So objective 2 will be inform the users of the dangers and threats that could impede their safety. So being aware of those will help them to stay away from them. And then the third is educate them on the right choice of digital device and usage. Of course, choice of devices will help people stay within their age range and avoid trouble as well. There's no point giving a higher device that will expose and make the child vulnerable to the child. Then the second point, legal and regulatory framework. We have a number of those. The first one is United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, 1989. The second is UNICEF Policy Guide on Children and Digital Connectivity, 2018. We have Digital Literacy for Children, Exploring Definitions and Frameworks, Global Insights and Policy, UNICEF 2019. And then the last, the Global Digital Compact Framework, adopted by UNESCO, UNICEF, and ITU, the Global Partnership for Education, Public and Private Partners, 2024. Then the third item on the menu, appointed focal point. The first one is school administration, initiator of the policy, definitely, principal, head of policy, director, and managers, head of policy and monitoring. Now, we know that in some regions or countries or some specific situations, They don't use the term administrator, so the principal is in charge of everything. But in any case, the school administration is anyone who is the head of the school who takes care of the administrative structure. And then it can be principal, it can be director. Like in French, we know the schools, they say directrice, directeur. So, all right, please, can we proceed to the next, please? So next on the menu, expected online behavior. Okay, on the question on what values and behaviors do we want to instill in students for responsible online conduct? The answer is key values, a number of them: respect, privacy, critical thinking, resilience, integration, and cultural sensitivity. When they have these values, they will be able to stay safe and also keep other people safe, enable safety for themselves and others. Then the second question under this item: what are the consequences of inappropriate online behavior, such as cyberbullying, harassment? Okay, the consequences and disciplinary actions are suspension for minor cases, counseling for minor cases as well, vocal warning for minor cases, digital etiquette training for minor cases, setting up parent-teacher administrative meetings for minor cases as well. Then withdrawal of digital privileges or expulsion for extreme cases. So we consider minor cases to be such cases where, please, just a little explanation. Minor cases would be referring to those issues or instances where the incident is not so much as to traumatize the person who was maybe attacked or abused, and will not traumatize the entire class, and that with any of those measures enumerated will be able to reenact acceptance of the person who did it in the class and will not impact on their working together, staying together. But the extreme cases where it's so bad that if allowing the child to remain in the school will be a kind of trauma for the one who was abused or bullied. So, yeah, thank you. The next item 5, awareness and communication strategies. Now, the question of what measures will be taken to inform students, staff, and parents about this policy and ensure that all stakeholders understand their roles and their responsibilities. We are inferring that seminars for teachers to create awareness will be good. Setting up discussion or deliberation sessions for students, parents, and teachers. Then orientation sessions to the relevance rather of policy and its implementation will also be good. Then the next question on this item: how is the policy communicated to students, staff, and parents? Okay, communication strategy. Posters around the school premises can be used, events to display the topic as well, publications online, and handbook. All of those can be used. Then the next question on how will new students, parents, and staff be introduced to this policy? Okay, orientation strategy for new members. Yeah, is the approach. And then appoint a guide for orientation and policy implementation, provide a handbook, organize orientation sessions, and a little more. Yeah, please, can we scroll? Thank you. The sixth item, training strategy. Okay, on the question of what specific topics would be covered in training and awareness programs to align with this policy, and why we focus on these topics. Now, topics: digital risks and threats. Of course, that's important. Digital safety measures, yes. Password manager for security. Critical digital media scrutiny. Keeping yourself safe. That's role play, etc. All of those, yes, will be used. And then on the question of how will training and awareness activities be incorporated to school routines, to students, staff, and parents consistently informed and engaged. Okay, routine activities. Okay, similarly, takes term leave for fresh students, PTA meetings, quarterly seminars, and a lot more that can be done. Then the seventh item on the menu, policy review and updates. Okay, on the question of how often would this policy be reviewed to see needs, okay, review frequency and quarterly, just as it will be of help and useful. So can we scroll, please? Then on the question of who will be responsible for updating the policy, please can we scroll? We are just at the last.
I think this is the last page that we have.
Yeah, but there's an answer there. Or okay, maybe I can't view it on given the way it's there's an answer there, but let me look on the slide I made for this presentation. I will get it and just end with it. Okay, on the question of okay, I can't get it, but I think it's okay.
Yeah, what we have on the screen says, can you move it up a bit, Bluebell? What we have on the screen says, question, has this policy been approved by all relevant stakeholders? Yes or no? And no was highlighted in green.
Exactly. So I'm seeing it now. I wasn't seeing this.
Okay.
You needed to scroll for me to see that last one. Okay. So thank you. And I think that's all.
Okay. Thank you very much for that presentation. All right, Mr. Mambulu, over to you. Or who else is
Is Amy who's leading the session for Kameko? I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe Amy.
Amy?
Yes,
are you there? Yes.
Perfect. Yeah, good presentation. Thanks for sharing your insights. I will be just giving some notes. First of all, of course, we didn't have a lot of time. You didn't have a lot of time during your session, so it makes sense that you were very precise with terminology and with special terms and names. So just to highlight and to remind you, when you are working in these policies for your institutions, make sure to be more descriptive. For example, if you are talking about teaching password security, make sure to explain a bit more password security for the purpose of this and that, and password security in the sense of this and that, because we have to be as clear and as descriptive as possible. So it's very important to highlight that. And also when you are mentioning the name of those, or sorry, the positions of those who are in charge of the policy, make sure also to mention their name. So for example, let's pretend that the headmaster is our energetic AJ. You have to say AJ is the principal. And in that sense, if there's a new principal, then you will have to update the policy. But it's very important to make sure that you put the name of the person in charge, just that the responsibility is very, very clear. In regards to the legal framework, it was great. Also make sure to align it with your institution. For example, if you're a religious institution, you could also take into consideration documents as towards the full presence, the one that we discussed on the first day, or documents from the secretary or the Ministry of Education of your region. So it's very important, of course, taking into consideration more global documents like from UNESCO or UNICEF, but also take also into consideration other documents from your region. It's very, very crucial that you sort of put it into your ground, into your territory. The consequences, they seem logic, they seem rational. Of course, you can be more clear and give examples in the document itself, so people have the awareness of, oh, this constitutes maybe a minor case, or this is a huge action. It's very important that the policy, it doesn't matter that it takes more pages, and of course you will explain it better during the training, but it's very important that the policy itself is very, very, very self-explanatory and clear. The communication strategies are good. I like that you have all this hybrid approach, things that are going to be communicated in the real world, maybe through boards or posters, but also in the digital realm. It's very important to have that. I will have a couple of questions maybe. I saw that you didn't mention, for example, the word responsible or safety. And I think that those are two keywords that are crucial for the work that you're doing. For example, in the first objective, and also when you're talking about the key values or and behavior. When you're talking about critical thinking and all of those other things, there's something that is happening with our brain. I don't know if we have maybe a psychologist here that could explain this better, but these are things that give us a sense of duty. We need to do this for others, not so much for ourselves. So a way also to trick the brain is to remind people that it's also because of their own safety. So when you use a word like safety, it also plays a role into someone's mind, into the idea, oh, this is also important for me, for our a bit of our selfish self. I don't know what evolutionary reason is behind this, but I would really encourage you to use these words, because sometimes what we hold dear for ourselves, what is important to us, is not so much what might be important for others as we are seeing it. So I would really recommend that when we are talking about these subjects, artificial intelligence, whatever, we really use this word of safety of you, so the person really can appropriate this part. And
Okay.
maybe a last comment that I will make will be that I noticed that there is an absence of involving other stakeholders in the previous phases. Maybe you didn't mention it, but I think it's very important that the policy is not only developed by, let's say, you as the institution, but that before developing in those first steps, you consider talking to the parents, because maybe the parents will tell you, I'm really worried about this issue as well. Or maybe the parents will tell you, no, I'm not worried about that. Haven't you noticed that the real concern is this other thing? So it's very important to have this space, maybe with a group of students, maybe with a group of parents, with people that are very involved, so that you can really build a policy that is strong and that makes sense for your institution. But yeah, overall, great work. And I'm looking forward. Also, feel free others to give maybe some thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please drop your comments in the comment section, just like Mr. Mambulu says, that minor cases should be clearly explained in the document, at least some examples. Please keep your feedback coming in as we move on. I'm going to call on Group 1 now to come and give their presentation. And representing Group 1 for the policy presentation is Sister Fatima Sheila, talking on school policy on use of social media. Sister Fatima, the stage is yours. Please, let's try and keep to time so that we are on time in every of the sessions. Sister Fatima, are you here? Please, you can unmute your mic and take it away. Who is going to present for Sister Fatima? Your mic is muted, ma. Can you unmute your mic?
Sister, your mic.
Okay, Father Sanjay is helping with the presentation. Sister Fatima, please unmute your mic so that we can hear you. We can't hear you. Oh, is there? Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay.
Yes, now I'm ready. Yes.
All
Good
right.
afternoon and good morning to everyone. I'm ready here. Yes, Father. Yes.
Please go ahead.
Can I proceed?
Please proceed. Yes.
Yes. Yeah, we are group 2 members ready with the school policy on use of social media. We have discussed and come upon certain objectives. That is first one, to ensure online safety. Yes. To ensure online safety, because social media, many children are on it. They have they are in Instagram, they are in Facebook, they are in YouTube account. So we wanted to teach them what is online safety. The second objective is to promote digital citizenship. So this is to both, not only students, also to parents. What is the real role of citizenship? So that comes on for a digital media also. The role of citizenship everybody knows, but now it is to teach them what is the role of the digital citizenship. Third one, to ensure legal support for the institute, because locally we come across with many many problems from student side and parent side and from local government. That so we need a support of local government under that departments under some authorities. So we wanted to ensure some legal support from other institute and departments. Fourth objective is to promote media information and in literacy, that is MIL. We wanted to promote, teach the children on this media information. The second one, that is legal regulatory framework. Here we have discussed and we have come to a conclusion to go for postcode. That is in India, it is very much relevant because this is for a child safety. So we can, if any problem, we can contact POSCO. The second one is GDPR. This is for data protection policy. The third one is child safety online regulations. So we wanted to include also the online regulations. The fourth one is on UNESCO digital education. The last one, canon law number 795 says on the to promote education, standard education to children, that is especially to youth and adults. Third one, appointed focal point. That is here we have discussed and we have come to a conclusion that first we frame a committee for digital well-being. The committee members will be next slide. Can you please? Yeah. Committee members are as follows. That first one is the principal or the head of the institute. That depends upon the institute, they decide. That second one, we include parent representative. They can choose the parent who all are very active in the institute. The second one, the teacher representative. Next, from the student side, student representative. The last one from civic side protection, that we seek guide and help from the department, that is police department. They have a different department, that is cyber crime. In that department they are very active. When we launch any at once, they respond. Then we also want to include the advocate who can really help us with the laws and rules. That is on a third point. The fourth step will be use of social media. That the first question, what is the school's stance on students' social media use on campus and during school hours? So under this, we have a 2 point. First one, personal use. Personal use, it depends upon the areas and the countries. In India, it's so much forbidden. Children are not allowed as students or even college means they are not allowed to use gadgets in the school campus or college campus. But if they are allowed, it has to be kept under the locked room. The second one, if suppose they are handling the gadgets, it is strictly prohibited during the class hours or any seminars or any session. Under that, they are strictly prohibited. Second one is that educational use. For educational purpose, if they are allowed, it has to be monitored under some restrictions. Maybe some certain websites only they are allowed to use, and they only certain informations only they can browse. Fifth one, awareness and communication strategies. On this, first one is awareness strategy. First question, how is the policy communicated to students, staff and parents? For that, first point is giving awareness. We plan to give awareness to both parents and students. We wanted to concentrate not only on students, but because social media, parents should know how many hours their children are using it, or what are the sites they are in it. So we wanted to give awareness to both parents and students. The second one is giving awareness on critical way of using social media. See, there is not always the negative side of it. It promotes, there are many positive sides. See, we wanted to promote both. Then the children should know what is the best way of using the social media. Next, communication strategies. We wanted to include handbooks, handbook distributions, posters, and notice board informations. For anything, we can, if we put up, students will know then what is on the social media. Next one, that is sixth step, training strategy. Under this training strategy, we wanted to concentrate on cyberbullying because teaching, because no cyberbullying, there is no privacy at all. There is anyone can manipulate the information. See, we wanted to teach privacy and digital hygiene. What is how many times that information has to be renewed, or passwords has to be maintained, and what are the risk taking in maintaining the informations or under the informations under social media. Next one, we wanted to teach them also identifying fake news or critical thinking also it comes under this. So we wanted to concentrate on these points. Routine activities, for under routine activities, we wanted to organize seminars, debates, discussions, evaluations, monitoring. We wanted to also monitor how things going on. If we come across any children under any stress or any problem, we will counsel them, counseling the students. If needed, we will give special service. If is needed, we offer special service who are really addicted, and we will direct them to, if at all needed, medical assurance. Seventh one, policy review and updates. How often we will review? So after a much discussion, we came to a conclusion that annually we will review these policies. Responsible parties are, since we have already have a committee, so we thought we will keep up these committee members. They will become the responsible members who can take up this responsibility of renewing these policies. Last one, the approval has to be done, all these committee members, then relevant stakeholders. Last, the decision will be approved, discussed, then with a signature. Thank you.
Well done, well done, well done. That was a good one. Thank you so much for presenting. Amy, over to you very quickly. Let us give you a comment and then, yeah.
Very good, a very interesting presentation as well. I like the references, the framework that you manage. It seemed very diverse. If you allow me the word, it was very different. You have many sources, and this is very important. Of course, it will also depend on your context. Maybe there's another school in your region that is doing the same. You can also take a look into that. The idea of a committee is also very, very important because it also takes a bit the way of one person in charge of everything and rather a whole body with many people, of course, having responsibilities. So I think that's very, very, very crucial. Of course, when you have that committee, you will have to explain the names of each person that is a member, and it's also good for personalizing and having a sense of responsibility and task on each one. In terms of the policy, yeah, it's a good policy on the use of social media. It seems relevant, and you also were able to delimit it to the context of the institution. You are thinking, okay, how we proceed as an institution and in our grounds. You're not thinking about, and actually you can't, how they will use it in their houses. It will be outside of your power. So you're already taking some actions, and I think that's quite crucial within that context. I like the communication strategies. Maybe I would say also consider using online strategies. For example, if you tend to communicate with the parents, also, I don't know, through Facebook, because sometimes there are Facebook groups with the parents, or WhatsApp, it will also be a good idea to create online pieces that the students might see when they're home in their phone. So it's also good to think about these more digital strategies, and also to create more of how should I call it, more create more attention towards the issue, even outside of your school. Maybe other schools will also replicate that. I will also make the same suggestion to you as I did with the previous group. Really consider using the word safety. The word safety has a unique meaning, and it can really trigger something in our psyches. And for example, that's why you see politicians from certain extreme groups that tend to use this word, and it really even triggers voters because this is something that people really care about. So when you are telling a student about cyberbullying or about topics that they might find a bit dense or not so interesting, it's also important to remind them why this is all about their safety and why that is so important. So having this safety notion as sort of intersectional in the work that you do is crucial, and it is a key value, a key word that I would really recommend taking into consideration and applying. I like the routine activities as well, very good. I will only mention two more things. When you're doing these activities, you can also consider inviting experts. Maybe you could invite, I don't know, Kameko or someone to give a call. Maybe sometimes students like to hear people outside of the professors and the teachers and so on. And yeah, another recommendation will be to not only consider, which is great, consider updating the policy every year, reviewing it, but also consider extraordinary events. If something were to happen, I don't know, God forbid, something terrible that needs to be restructure the policy, then you will have to do that. It might seem a bit obvious, but it's good to make this clarification. This policy will be updated if such case comes and if it's needed. And of course, the last thing, really consider involving stakeholders, consider involving the parents when you are developing the policy. The teachers also need to be part of these trainings, everyone. So it's very important also to keep that perspective. But yeah, great presentation and great work.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Great presentation indeed.
If I have to say something very quickly, great presentation. Maybe when you establish your training strategy, think also to train in a very specific way the member of this committee. So they have to have a highest level of trainings to take care of this responsibility. So it's important also to think, okay, we will begin with the training of the member of the committee. So they have to be trained, and afterward we will continue to train students. And in our training, we will include also parents. So it will be a kind of common training, student and parent, or training just with student and other training with parent, as we saw. Training student without training parent is a losing strategy. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Father Sanjay. Thank you, Mr. Mambulu. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Sister Fatima, for that great presentation. Moving on swiftly, we're going to call on Group 1 to give their presentation now. Representing Group 1 is Father Fairguy, Father Fairguy, policy making. Are you ready? Okay, yes, he's here. Let us take it away. Sir, you can unmute. I don't know who is going to be presenting for him. Are you sharing your screen, sir? Okay, go ahead. Okay, I think this might be it.
Ça va?
Yes.
Can you see it?
Ça va?
Yes,
Can you
we can
see
see
it now?
We can see it now. Yes.
Great.
Bonjour à vous tous.
Good
Je
morning, all.
suis très content de vous
I am
présenter
very
le fruit de nos
happy
travaux.
to present to
Le
you
sujet, c'était
the follow-up
la
of our
politique
work.
scolaire sur
The
l'utilisation
theme
des
was the
appareils numériques.
school policy
L'objectif
on the use of media
de la
devices.
politique, question,
The
quels
objective
sont les
of the
principaux
policy
objectifs
is what are the
de
main
cette
objectives
politique?
of this policy.
Exemple, assurer la
So, for
sécurité des
example, to
élèves
grant the
en ligne,
security
promouvoir
of the
une
students who are
citoyenneté numérique
online,
responsable,
promote a
définir
responsible
les attentes
digital
concernant
citizenship,
l'utilisation des
define what
médias
are the
sociaux
expectations
et des
concerning
appareils
social media
numériques au sein de
and
l'école.
digital
Le premier
devices
objectif,
in the
c'est
schools.
bien
The first
apprendre aux enfants
objective
à
is to
connaître
teach the children
les différents
to
instruments
know all
de
the different
communication,
communication
apporter
tools
une
that they
connaissance
have,
sommaire du téléphone,
having
GSM,
a
smartphone,
certain
ordinateur.
knowledge of GSM's
Deuxième
cell
objectif,
phones
connaître les
and computers.
réseaux sociaux les plus utilisés
Second objective, know the
dans le
main
milieu
social
où
media, the
ils
ones that
aiment
are
utiliser
used the
et
most,
aider les enfants
and help
à
children
interagir avec intelligence dans les réseaux
to
sociaux
interact in a
et
smart
l'usage
way
des
on social
instruments de
media, and
communication,
also the
les
use of
avantages des
communication
réseaux
tools,
sociaux,
the
ce qu'il
advantages
faut communiquer et
of
contenir
social
à éviter,
media,
les
what
connaissances,
should be
conséquences
communicated, and the
exténuantes
contents to
de la
avoid, and the
soumission aux écrans de
consequences
lettres numériques, les dangers
of being
d'une
too
mauvaise
exposed to screen
utilisation
time
des
and the
réseaux sociaux,
dangers of a bad
des
use of
téléphones,
social
etc.
media, of cell phones, etc.
Objectif 3,
Third objective,
objectif 3, vous me voyez?
can you see the screen?
Allô?
Can you see?
Can you make it full screen?
Et je demande je demande à Maria et Maria de le faire pour moi.
Maria, please help me and do it for me. Father Figgy is asking for some help to put the presentation full screen. Maria, can you please put it full screen for me?
Maria, we can't hear you because you're
Okay. Can we have this file, Father, in the group so that Global can present it?
La régie est prête éventuellement à le partager parce que
Aucun problème, je vais le faire.
Okay, I will
Oui,
send it to
parce
you.
qu'on voit votre écran. Donc, si vous simplement allez continuer dans la présentation, on voit l'objectif 1. Donc, il
We are
s'agit
seeing
de
objective number 1.
dans la page. Oui.
Ça ne marche pas sur mon ordinateur.
He says it's not working in his
Ce que je vais
computer. He
faire,
can
je
do
vais
it.
essayer de partager le
Okay.
fichier.
Can
He
we
will
have
send the file. He will
Je
send
le
the
fais
file.
sur le groupe.
Okay.
You will send the file in the group.
Okay. Global, you have the file in the group. Can you open it?
Okay, you can stop presenting for the grade so that the team can help with the presentation. Thank you.
Ok, très bien, merci.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ok, on peut avancer.
Okay, you can
Objectif 3,
to the objective number
régler
3.
l'usage des appareils dans l'école.
So
Cadre juridique
set the
et
use
réglementaire.
of these
La
devices
question
in
c'était
school. So the question is, what are the existing references concerning
de l'Église au cadre juridique
the documents of the
et
church
aux
concerning the
directives
legal
éducatives?
framework and the
Pouvez-vous
educational
vous appuyer pour
guidelines
étayer
that you
votre
can
politique?
rely on to
Notre réponse
establish
est
your
bien
policy?
tenir
And
compte
our
des lois
answer is
universelles
that
de
given
la société
the
civile,
universal
ainsi
laws
que
of
le
civil
droit
society and
en syntonie
ecclesiastical
avec
law,
les règles de l'institution.
and in alignment with the rules of the institution,
Et l'utilisation de la
there have
plateforme
to be some restrictions in the elaboration and the use of the platform that we are going to tell you about, that must promote human dignity with moral values, educational values concerning the training to the media, And
décret
the
sur
reference
les moyens
document
de
is
communication
Inter
sociale.
Mirifica
Pacte
concerning
mondial sur l'éducation,
the
la loi nationale
media
gouvernementale
for
sur l'usage
communication.
des
There's the
réseaux
Global
sociaux
Pact
dans
on
le pays.
Education and the
Document
national
plaide
law
de
on the
présence
use of social media in the
dicaster
countries,
pour la communication.
and the document of
Peut
the full
avancer.
presence of the Dicastery for Communication. Can you please go to the next page?
Exemple.
We have some examples.
Okay. On peut continuer
Further
avec le
down
deuxième point.
to the second
Non,
point.
disons le troisième point.
No, the
Point
third
focal
rather.
désigné.
So it is the designated focal point here.
Qui serait
So here the
la
question is,
personne
who is the designed
désignée de
resource
l'organisation
person
responsable de
that
cette
is
politique?
designed from the
Le directeur
organization that is
d'école,
responsible of
former,
implementing
soutenir
this
et renforcer
policy?
ce
So
qu'il
the
va mettre
school
en œuvre.
heads that
Accueillir
have
les
to
conseils,
train and
contributions
reinforce
des
what is going to
parents
be
et des
implemented,
élèves et faire des
welcome
enquêtes.
the advice and the
Il
contribution
doit
of the
élaborer la
parents,
politique, soutenir
and
la
make some
mise en œuvre.
inquiries.
Il doit former, accueillir
They have to
les
elaborate the
conseils qui sont la
policy,
contribution
support
des
the
enseignants,
implementation,
des
and then
parents et des
train
élèves.
and
Il
welcome
doit
the
organiser des
orientations
groupes de
and the
discussion,
contributions of the
faire des
teachers,
enquêtes
of the
pour
parents.
identifier
You also need to organize some group discussions
le collaborateur des activités
and make some
pédagogiques en
interviews
lien
to see
avec
what
le
are the
directeur de
weak points
l'établissement
and to
ou
try
bien
to
une personne nommée à la
enhance
base
the
de ses
performance.
compétences en
So the
communication
coordinator of all these educational
professionnelle dans le
activities
domaine.
has to have a direct link
Rôle
with the head
analytique
of the school
l'environnement
or a
social
person that
par
is
rapport à l'utilisation
that
des
is
appareils numériques,
appointed
contribuer à l'élaboration
on the basis
et
of
le
its
suivi
skills,
de la politique,
communication skills. He
financer
must be a
les diverses
professional.
formations.
And then you also need to finance the different trainings.
Continuer avec le point 4.
Next page, item number 4.
Utilisation des
The
appareils.
use of
La question c'était quel type
of digital
d'appareils
devices. So the
numériques,
question
téléphones,
was
tablettes,
what kind of
ordinateurs, portables,
devices,
etc.
phones,
sont
tablets,
autorisés ou
computers,
limités et
exactly
dans quelles
are
situations
authorized or
existe-t-il
limited, and
des
in what
heures ou
situation?
des
Are
lieux
there
spécifiques
some
où
times or some
l'utilisation des
specific
appareils est
places
limitée?
where
En classe,
the use of
sont-ils
these devices is
autorisés à
limited?
des fins
Can they be
académiques?
used in
Les
class for
tablettes
educational
et ordinateurs
purposes?
portables sont
For
permises en
example,
classe pendant les heures de pratique.
tablets
Pendant
and
les pauses,
portable
sont-ils
computers,
autorisés
are they
au
allowed in
organisage
class
personnel?
during the
Ces appareils sont
hours of
permis
practice?
aux heures
Are they
libres.
allowed during the
Pendant les
pauses?
pauses,
Are they
sont-ils
allowed
autorisés pour un usage
in the free
personnel?
time? Are they allowed for personal
L'école a
use?
plusieurs pauses. L'enfant peut utiliser
If
le
there are many
téléphone
pauses in
pendant
school,
10
many
minutes à l'usage
breaks, the
personnel.
child may use
Les
his
heures
cell
de
phone for 10
fonctionnement
minutes
peuvent
for
varier
personal
dépendamment
matters.
du pays, l'école,
And these hours may vary
école
depending
à
on the
d'autres, ou
country, on
l'utilisation
one
de ces
school to the
appareils.
other.
L'utilisation des appareils numériques
The
avec
use
l'évolution
of
du
these
numérique,
digital
tous ces
devices with the
appareils
evolution
peuvent
of the
être
digital
utilisés.
world
Les ordinateurs portables sont les tablettes, tout comme le téléphone.
and personal computers and also
continuer.
tablets and telephons.
Il est important de savoir quand les utiliser.
It is
Les
important to know
ordinateurs
when
dans
they
le
can be
cadre
used.
de travail académique
The
ou professionnel
computers, for
pour suivre
example,
des cours simplement.
may be used
Les
for academic
tablettes
studies or
peuvent
professional
être
use,
utilisées
and tablets may be
pour la
used
transmission de devoirs aux heures de
to
cours.
send the homework, for example, during the class.
On continue.
Next page.
OK. Les téléphones portables sont à utiliser
Portable
après
phones
le
are to be
repas
used
pendant les heures de classe.
after the school hours.
Horaire, lieu, Tous les
So
appareils
we have to
numériques
define
sont
the time and the place.
prohibés
All
pendant le cours,
digital
aux
devices
heures
are
d'études et au moment
forbidden
du
during the
coucher.
class,
Stratégie
for
de
the study
sensibilisation
hours,
et de
and when children need to
communication.
go to sleep.
Quelles mesures
So the
éducatives seront
strategies, communication strategies.
informer le personnel et les parents
So
de
what
ces
are the
politiques
educational
et garantir
measures
que
that are
toutes les
undertaken in order
parties
to inform the
prenantes
students, the
comprennent
staff, and
leur
the
rôle
parents of this
et
policy,
les
and so
responsabilités.
that all the stakeholders can actually
Donc,
understand the
stratégie
roles and
SIDEC,
responsibilities. So the strategy,
avant de parler de la stratégie de
and
sensibilisation,
before
envisager
actually
les
speaking
ateliers,
about
des séances d'orientation, des documents et
the
des
strategy
discussions
to
qui
sensitize
abordent
the
les
people,
éléments
we
clés
need to
de
speak
la
about
pratique.
how this
La
policy is
question,
actually
comment
communicated to
cette
students,
politique
to
est-elle
staff, and to
communiquée
parents.
aux étudiants, au personnel et aux parents?
So how
Stratégie
is this
de
policy
sensibilisation,
communicated?
de communication. Selon moi,
So we need to have a strategy for
les
advocacy
mesures
and also for
éducatives pour
communication. In my opinion, the
informer
educational
les élèves
measures to
et
inform the students,
le personnel,
the staff,
disons, et les parents
and
de
the
cette
parents
politique
of this
et
policy,
garantir que toutes les parties
so
prenantes
that we
comprennent
guarantee
le
that
rôle
all
et
stakeholders understand exactly
sont.
what are the roles and the
Des séances de
responsibilities
formation
are the
pour
following:
les expliquer
having training
tous les
sessions to
dangers
explain all the
et ce
dangers.
qu'ils... On peut continuer.
Can you go to the next page, please?
Je prends le numéro 1.
So,
Des séances de formation
point number
pour les
one,
expliquer
training sessions in order to
dangers
explain
et
all
ce
the
qu'ils doivent
dangers
faire
and
pour
what must
les
be done
éviter.
to avoid
Fait
such
partie-
dangers.
Fait passer les messages à travers des brochures, des spots de
Make the message
sensibilisation
understand
audiovisuelle,
through,
de
for
présenter des
example, some
tableaux d'affichage
material,
et d'organiser des concours
avec, for
de chant,
example,
de
some
poésie sur
audiovisual
un thème
spots
bien
for
déterminé.
advocacy, present clearly the content on the dashboards, and organize, for example, a singing contest
des enfants et
of
selon
poesis
les
on
programmes de
a
l'école.
determined theme.
Distribution de manuels,
There must be
affiches,
also a class
séances
regulations, and having also an advocacy class on media for each training level. Next
On peut
page, please.
continuer avec, merci. Stratégie de communication.
Communication strategy.
Comment les nouveaux étudiants,
How
les parents
new
et
students,
le
parents,
personnel
and staff
seront-ils
will
informés de
they be
cette
informed
politique?
about this policy?
Stratégie d'orientation pour
There
les
is an
nouveaux
orientation
membres.
strategy for the new members. Item number
Stratégie de
6, next
formation.
page, please. So the training
Quels
strategy.
sujets spécifiques seront
What are the
abordés
specific
dans les programmes de
themes that
formation
will be
et
dealt
de
with in the training
sensibilisation
programs
pour
and in
s'aligner
the
sur
advocacy
cette politique?
activities
Et
to be
pourquoi
aligned to this
vous
policy?
concentrez-vous
And
sur
why
ces
are you
sujets?
concentrating on these themes?
Thèmes potentiels,
We have
sécurité
some
en ligne,
potential themes: online
prévention de
security,
la
prevention
Monsieur
cyberrécidive,
Labbé, là, c'était juste
of
des exemples. Donc, vous
cyberbullying.
pouvez sauter ça. C'était
These
pour
were
vous
only
aider à faire la
examples.
politique. Allez juste à l'essentiel de
Just
votre
go
politique.
to the main points
merci,
of your
je le ferai.
policy. Okay.
Sécurité en ligne
So online
et
security,
prévention
prevention
de
of
la
cyberbullying,
cyberrécrimination, citoyenneté numérique
digital
et analyse
citizenship,
critique
and
des
critical
médias
analysis
et
of the media
identification
and
de
identification
la
of disinformation and
et
misinformation.
mésinformation. Je me concentre sur
I am
ces
concentrating
sujets
on
afin
these
que
themes
les
so
élèves
that the
puissent savoir
students
qu'il y
may
aura
know
des effets négatifs et
that
positifs.
there may be some
Cela
negative
ne doit
and
pas
positive
leur
effects,
choquer.
and these must not be
Ensuite,
shocking for them.
ils seront capables de
Afterwards,
produire
they will be able
l'importance de
to
la
understand by
communication
themselves.
interpersonnelle
So
au
it is
niveau
very
d'attention.
important to have an interpersonal communication, and the attention level also is important. Next page.
On peut monter l'écran. D'accord, merci. La question, OK,
So
on passe.
no, too much, a little bit
Et le
to the
numéro
question.
7,
Oh no, number 7.
avant le numéro 7, donc, examen et mise à jour des politiques.
Exam and updating of the policies. So the question is, how frequently is this policy going to be updated in order to be aligned with technology and the need of the schools? This educational policy may be updated at the end of every semester to be aligned with the evolution of technology and to be able to adapt, and if needed, to renew the school materials. The person in charge are the following: the teachers, the heads, and some students.
Deux représentants des parents, conseil des
And
enseignants.
also one or two parent representatives.
Qui sera responsable
So how frequently is this update going to take place, and who is going to be responsible of it? Next page. Responsible parties.
Tout d'abord, l'administrateur
First
et
of
le
all, the
staff
manager
pédagogique sont les
and the
personnels
educational
clés de
staff
cette mise
are
à
the
jour,
main
sans oublier les
actors of
professionnels
this
qui travaillent
updating,
dans le
without
système.
forgetting
Les
all the
enseignants,
professionals that
les
are working in the
coordinateurs,
system, so the
les parents.
teachers, the coordinators, the parents.
Approbation.
Approval.
C'était
The question
cette
was,
politique
as
a-t-elle
this
Allez
policy,
directement à la réponse, cher abbé.
OK.
go to the answer.
Approuver la politique,
So in
il
order
faut
to approve this
réunir l'ensemble
policy,
des parties
we need
prenantes,
to gather all the
essayer de
stakeholders,
sensibiliser et
try
identifier
to
les
do some
différents
advocacy
canaux
and
afin
identify the
d'atteindre
different
plusieurs
channels
personnes et
so that we can
obtenir
actually
le
reach
consentement en
many
essayant
people
de
and
bien
obtain their
analyser leurs
agreement,
influences négatives et
trying
positives
to
et
analyze the
arrivera
positive
à un
and negative
consensus.
outcomes, and then we will arrive to a
Non,
consensus.
d'approbation, signature
So you can
des
have
parties
either yes or
responsables.
no,
Merci à vous
approval
tous.
date, and then the signature of the parties.
Merci beaucoup, cher abbé. On va aller rapidement parce
Thank
qu'on
you
a
very
pris
much.
beaucoup plus
We are
de temps dans
going
cette
to
session.
go a little bit quicker
Merci pour
because
ce
we are a
grand
bit
travail que vous
delayed.
avez fait.
Thank you
Emma,
very much
demandé de
for the
répondre à ces
great
séries de
work
questions
that you have
linguistiques.
done.
C'est un grand travail. Alors, j'ai noté quelques
You have done a
points.
very big work, so I have
Quand vous parlez des
highlighted a
références
few
juridiques, il y a une
points
partie où vous
when you are
avez
speaking
dit,
about the
vous avez
legal
été un peu plus
reference.
vague. Références
In a
juridiques
part, you
doivent
have been
être
a little
vraiment
bit more
précises.
vague,
Vous avez été
and the
précis quand vous citez
legal
les documents,
references must be
fully
really
present,
precise. You
pleinement
have been
présent.
really
Voilà. Une partie qui était
precise when you
précise.
cited the
Il y a des
document on
sections qui
full
étaient un
presence.
peu vagues. Donc,
But
il faut citer
some
vraiment spécifiquement
parts
les
were a
documents.
little bit more
Sur
vague,
le
so you
focal
really
point,
need to
bon, il y a eu un peu
state exactly what are the documents
personne
on the focal
responsable.
points and the
Au début, vous
responsible
avez dit qu'il y
person,
avait
the
une
person in
personne, mais
charge.
après,
At the beginning, you said it was
c'était
one
un groupe de
person,
personnes,
and then at the end, it was a
enseignants,
group of
directeurs,
people,
certains élèves.
teachers,
Donc, il
heads,
faut clarifier ça, que ça soit
certain
clair
students.
qui
So
sont
you
les
have to clarify
responsables
these
de
because
la
we
mise
need
en
to
œuvre de la
know
politique.
clearly
Si
who
c'est
is
une personne, ça va
responsible
être
for
clair que c'est une
implementing the
personne.
policy.
Si c'est un
If it is
comité, comme
just
le
one
dernier groupe
person,
après, ça doit
or
être
if
clair
it
que
is a
c'est un
committee,
comité
you
qui
need to
porte
state
la
clearly
question.
exactly
Donc, c'est
who
un
is
point important.
responsible. This is
J'ai aimé
another
l'idée
very important.
d'inclure certains
I
élèves
like very much
dans
the
ce
idea
groupe
of
de
including a few
responsables. C'est très
students in this
intéressant de
group of
penser aussi à
responsible
inclure
people.
les
It's
élèves.
very
Si ça sera un
interesting.
comité, c'est très intéressant
Also
d'inclure
to
les élèves.
include the
Si ça
students,
sera une
if you are
personne,
going
alors
to
c'est
have a
important de
committee
clarifier
responsible,
cela.
if it's just one person, then you have to
J'ai aimé
clarify.
l'idée que
I also
la
liked very
personne
much the
responsable ou le
idea
groupe
that the person in
responsable
charge or the
pensera aussi au
responsible group
financement
will
de
also
la mise
think
en
about
œuvre
the financing of the
de la politique.
implementation
C'est un
of the
aspect très
policy.
important parce
This
qu'on
is
ne
a
peut
very
pas penser à
important
politique
aspect
sans
because we
penser
cannot think
au
about a
financement
policy
de la
without
stratégie
thinking
de mise en
of
œuvre.
how we
Bien
are going
évidemment,
to
avant de
finance the
penser
strategy, the
au financement, c'est bien de
implementation
penser au
strategy.
financement, mais à un certain
So
moment,
it's
il faut
very
quand même
good
mettre en
that you
place
thought
un
about the
projet
financing part, but at a
qui vient
certain
de cette
point, you
politique.
will have to
Alors,
have
les
a
politiques,
project coming
c'est
from this
l'élément qui
policy.
va donner le
And the
cadre dans lequel les
policy
différents projets vont
is
se
the thing
mettre
that is
en
going
place.
to provide
Donc,
a
c'est cette personne
framework,
qui va
and inside you
mettre
have
en
the
place les
different
projets de ce
aspects.
comité et
So
aussi
this
établir
person
les
or this
concours
committee
pour
that has
voir
to put
si
in
l'école
place
va
the
réussir ou
framework
si
has also to
la
establish
congrégation
what
va
are
réussir.
the
Peut-être à
allocated
faire venir des
costs.
gens qui vont donner des formations
So
spécifiques
maybe
ou
you will will need some trainers, for example, or maybe it is going to committee members who will have to be trained in order to have more skills. Concerning the communication strategy and advocacy strategy, you need to understand that this awareness strategy is so that people can actually understand the document, so that they can understand the document and its content. So people need to understand that there is a policy and there are also some contents that you have decided. For example, you have decided to train the people on certain topics, and in your awareness raising campaign, you can use some key messages that are linked to the theme of your training in your awareness raising strategy. So, for example, if you're going to have some posters, the poster must speak about the policy, but you can also try to raise awareness of the people on certain key messages from your training strategy. Be aware that communication and awareness raising are not training. So the formation strategy in another thing, and the awareness raising and communication strategy is something else. But like you said, you are going to have some training sessions concerning the awareness raising strategy, but no, it's actually information sessions, not formation. And not training, okay? But other than that, I really appreciated that even for the approval and before the approval of the document, you are going to gather all the stakeholders. That's very interesting because it means that the document is not just it's not just falling from the sky. It is done with all the participation of all the stakeholders. And so this is going to give more strength to your document. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mambulu. Thank you for Gray for that presentation. And yes, we are done with Group 3's presentation. We're left with Group 4, but our time is fast spent, and we're looking at going on a break and then coming back and then
to get them present it. The questions we can take it after the break.
Okay, so Group 4 can present, and then we'll take the comments afterwards.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll invite Sister Daisy again for Group 4 presentation. Sister Daisy, are you ready? Your mic. Okay, please unmute.
Okay. Shall I share the screen?
Okay, you want to share screen? Please go ahead and do that.
Can you hear? Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can. Can you present it fully?
Okay.
Can you make it full presentation?
Put it on the full screen mode, sister.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, perfect. Go ahead, ma'am.
Group 4, the school policy on data protection, school policy on social media and digital technologies. The policy objectives: appropriate use of social media communication, better concentration on the academic performance, to provide responsible guidelines on the social media consumptions, to outline the advantages and disadvantages of the technologies. The legal and regulatory framework, referring to UNESCO, Good Samaritan, and Dicastery of Communication 2023. Appointed focal points: in the case of school, the principal and the student leader; the institution, the director or the program coordinator; the stakeholders. Data protection: central control system by an IT professional, parental control option, time limit setting. Data protection protocol to educate students not to not to put their personal information and about media literacy. Awareness and communication strategies. Awareness strategies, digital media clock, digital media awareness, outdoor activities to engage the students. Communication strategy, storytelling, cartoons, dramas, podcasts, TikTok videos. Communication strategy for new members, sensitization about the data protection. Training strategy, the topics, what is social media communication, children's behavior patterns, cyberbullying, misinformation, disinformation, and fake news. Routine activities, extracurricular activities, digital clock, digital media education, digital activities during the break time. Policy review, review frequencies, quarterly or every 4 months or once in 6 months. Responsible parties, ICT units, school director or directress, school PTA members. Approval by the stakeholders with a signature and the date. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Sister Daisy. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Mambulu, please.
I think Amy is there. Maybe she wants to
Okay.
say something. Maybe I will join after.
All right, Amy.
Thank you, sister. Very interesting presentation. Thank you so much. And nice design. I like it. I'm always paying attention to these details. I wanted to mention that I like the idea of a protocol. I think it's very important that you made this very clear on how to proceed and how to move in these parts, the people who will be in charge. It's good that you were so descriptive in that. Of course, as we have mentioned before, very important to put the names of everyone involved. This is crucial. Also, the idea of the training. I would like to remark that it's interesting how you went from social communication and a more general topic to the more to the smaller one. Maybe my recommendation will be if you're talking about social media or the internet or digitalization, but if your subject is data privacy, to not go into other subjects, but to go rather straight to data protection. So you could go, for example, from social media, use of cell phones, and then data protection and the safety part of that. So maybe that to just keep the flow of one line and everything aligned into that part. And in terms of the communication strategy, very interesting and very diverse. What I would suggest, of course, is that if you are involving stakeholders, call it the parents or the students, one thing that can help will be to communicate with them or ask them, as in focus groups, what are the communication tools that they use the most to be informed. So then you will see, for example, that the students like to be communicated more via TikTok with their friends, with their peers, or maybe they like to use the board that is in the entrance of the school. So in that sense, you know what are the 3 or 2 that they use the most. So you can put your efforts in that rather than in many tools. And of course, again, always try to involve the stakeholders, try to involve the parents in the process of designing the policy, try to involve teachers also, so the training and the application of the policy can really make sense. But very good job just making sure that things get really delimited to what you are working, so you can put all of your efforts and the institutional efforts in the subject, like in this case with data privacy. That would be my recommendation. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Amy.
Thank you, Amy. Myself, I like the idea of involving ICT units in the committee of the responsible of the policy. The previous group, I think, not the French one, but the previous one, they talk about les avocats. So they want to introduce lawyer in the group. So it's important to understand that this is a policy. So if you have a lawyer, you can involve. If you have an ICT expert in your school or around the school, you can involve them. So you have different perspective, then they can also help you to build something that is coherent from the beginning to the end. Here is just an exercise. It gives, I think, all of us the idea of different part of a policy. This was the objective, the learning outcome. Just all of us, we have an understanding of globally the different part of a policy, how we can frame this, but you will really need the support of different stakeholders, and I think also after this you will not have a kind of fear to have to say, okay, we go for it. And this was also another objective. So to leave out the fear, say, okay, we will make it for our school or for our congregation or for our group.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mambulu. Thank you, Amy. And thank you, Sister Daisy, for representing Group 4. That was really spot on. Thank you so much. All right. So we're now done with the presentations of the day from the groups. We're going to go on a 30 minutes break. When we come back, this will now be at 12:40 Germany time. We'll come back at 12:40. Then we will continue in the session for the next segment. So please enjoy your break and we will see you after the break.
Digital media education policies, that you can also stay in touch with us and tap into our services. Yeah, I'll share quickly our presentation. Let me just open it. Still clicking around to find the right slides. I'm sorry, I have not yet managed to get this right. Oh, here you go. Can you see this? Perfect. Okay, so yeah, introducing ourselves and the kind of organization that we are. We are basically a consultancy pro bono that offers project screening and advice. And we do that for both, for donors as well as for project holders, those that decide to make projects. And we have currently around 300 projects per year that go through over our desks. And most of them are from church communities and community media. In particular, we have a lot of radio, local radios that we support. As one second activity we are the administrator of the so-called Cardinal Foley Scholarship Fund, with up to 10 scholarships for communication leaders that run communication offices of the church or media of the church, and we fund their high level education. That means like postgraduate, mostly postgraduate studies. And in this scholarship, we were happy to also receive funding for a special sister fund. So for sisters that want to become more professional in communication. So we have basically two tracks. One is more general for anybody in the church, can also be lay, priests, religious, and one in particular for sisters. Then we run also projects actually for the German government that are engaged in media development. Also here, mostly focus on community media development. And we also are members and contributors of two international and national media development organizations. That is the Global Fund for Media Development, GFMD, and also FOME, Forum for Media and Development, where we are founding member, and that joins the German-based media development NGOs. Where Cameco comes from. So we exist already more than 50 years, and it was founded, our organization was founded after the Second Vatican Council. Because after the Second Vatican Council, there were suddenly was much more interest in media and becoming active as Catholic community in society through the media. We have since then, from 1970 to the present, Cameco has evaluated approximately 21,000 media and communication projects. And here you see again the two main ways that we normally work. One is project appraisals that we basically do for donors and their decisions on what to fund and what kind of funding strategies they should embark on. And the other one is, for partners like you, those that run media, those that want to do media projects, those that want to do communication projects. And it can be pastoral communication, it can be development communications, all kind of communication. We are very, very broad in this understanding of the terms communication. Our projects, you see them here a little bit dotted with regards to also the presence where we are. We are in Europe, mostly Eastern Europe, I have to say. It's not Western Europe, but mostly Eastern Europe that we cover. We are in Asia, and most of our projects, you see the fat point in the middle, are in Africa, and also Latin America is comparatively strong, represented in our project portfolio every year. These are the members and co-funders of Cameco, those that work very closely with us. You might know the one or the other. Father Lord Winner was mentioning a couple of them as well. This is always a little bit changing. Sometimes we have some more partners, some less. We are, as I already mentioned, we are very active in some of the networks. Here you see even more of them. International communication networks, international media development networks, including, for example, also the World Association of Christian Communication, or IAMCR, and the local radio umbrella association, AMAC, and of course also Cygnus as the Catholic World Communication Organization. Apart from this project appraisal and the activities I just mentioned, we are now embarking, and this training is basically part of it, on 3 new business areas. And the training here is part of this one, of the Digital Social Media Literacy for Catholic School Networks initiative. But we also have started to a new line. We call it business line. It's actually not so much business line, but it's some new service that we offer in design thinking. I will later tell you what this means in detail, and can also maybe seconded by Mambulo, who's actually the taking the lead in design thinking. And then we have also another area that is digital communication capacity development for non-media NGOs. That area is headed by Emmy. And we have digital and social media literacy for Catholic school networks, which is headed by Fabiola. And that's basically where we have now our training in this third area. So what is it about? Let's start with strengthening, let's start with design thinking. Design thinking is a method that we apply that is actually developed for product development that is very much designed around the user needs. So it's a very consistently looking at the user and what he might need, how he goes about using something, and trying to design your product accordingly. So it's very user-centered. We in Cameco would even say not user-centered, but it's human-centered. We try to design something that is more human. And you remember our discussions that we had, that sometimes also digital media is not very human centered. So it's a lot about money making and aggression and so on. So this design thinking method is we apply it for formats in media, formats in social media, content creation, and developing types of contents that you can try out, that you can test. And the advantage of the internet is, or all those social media things or digital media things are, that you very quickly can also test it with the target audience, because we are in constant contact with the target audience anyways through our digital tools. It's something that we basically introduced to the media sector. Here you see one of the first trainings that we also started only recently in September in Madagascar, where Mambulo was doing a design thinking workshop. And it's a very, very intensive, for both, for us as well as for the participants, a very intensive exercise that is also followed up by a coaching phase that can last up to 2 months, and that really makes sure that all ideas come on the table, that some ideas are selected to really realize by the whole team, and that at the end of the workshop you already have a prototype that is pretty close to a realistic broadcasting or publication format, and that is also tested within the workshop. So here you see some photographs that we use methods to select and to be creative. We are really trying to get all the fear of presenting your idea or also of including yourself into this process. That this is a very team building exercise also for the whole team that does this content. In Mambulu's case, for example, there was the task to make content on children's rights in TV and radio. It was a diocesan TV and a diocesan radio they had. And in the very beginning, they started, let's do just invite an expert and let him talk on radio. That was the very first concept in the project. And then we were asked why don't you help us to develop this a little bit further? And in the end, we had a radio show and a TV show that were really also integrating children's self-expression, that were involving local authorities, that were involving parents, and that were also involving local artists, like a poetry slammer from Madagascar who basically opened the shows. So you had a lot of creativity inside, and we are looking forward to continue working with them so that this format now can be turned into a series of shows on different topics around children's rights. And this is our area where we are currently in with this training. The main target group here are Catholic schools. As you might know, we have over, I think, 200,000 Catholic schools in the world. And we have these really burning problems with regards to social media in schools or social media education in schools, and the many problems that brings for the pupils and the teachers. We were discussing this in this training. So second pilot phase, second pilot project, this training here is one of the first. The second pilot project will probably be in Latin America, more focusing on fake news. That's not so much our choice. Actually, we would like also to do more than fake news, because for us, it's media education is more than just the making good citizens. It's also, basically helping people to helping people's well-being. As you know, we have this well-being aspect also very center stage in our trainings. The countries in which this will be done is Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, Peru, and Venezuela. So three, some of them very, very social media affine, where you have really a lot of children using mobile devices very early. Some of them have also great problems with access to the internet still, or again. So it's both. It's a mix of very different countries, and the project will see how which strategy in which country is working, and it's probably not in all the countries the same strategy. Then we have also a mix of urban and rural schools to see there how different are the needs, how different are the approaches, how successful are the approaches, and so on. Then we have an area that I was not mentioning in these 3 business lines because it's a longer effort. It's something where we will have, we were asked by the network of civil peacekeepers of Agiamondo, which is an organization here in Germany that is sending personnel and experts worldwide into project support. And one of these experts we hope to welcome next year here, that is an expert on dealing with the past and communication. So it's about making communication projects or strategies, developing strategies of communication in countries that suffered a very hard time, either war, civil war, or genocide, or dictatorships, persecution, and so on. And how to get to a reconciliation, how to get back to peace, how to deal with this past. Yeah, and there we have a project that is starting soon in the Great Lakes region, Congo, Burundi, Rwanda. And that we also hope to expand to other countries, or the experience from there we hope also to employ in other areas where we have a dealing with the past challenge. We start here also with a toolkit that we have already in the making, and that is based on a symposium that we had here in Hamburg, in an international symposium on this topic. And another BMZ project where we also use edutainment approaches, like, for example, soap operas. At least that's one of the possibilities that we envisage, because edutainment approaches, they can also address the more emotional side of dealing with the past and try to get people involved through the mechanisms of storytelling. Storytelling can be a very relieving exercise, but it can also be a catharsis. It can bring a catharsis in these situations. Then one thing we would also bring to your attention, it's the so-called ComBox. We have here at Cameco a very special library. It's focused on media and media and development. And we also have there some titles, or quite a lot of titles that deal with media literacy or digital media literacy and problems of digital media. These ComBox is basically a new type of library catalog where the content is a little bit more curated. And that means that we will create toolboxes, for example, also one on media education, or on fake news, or on how to deal with disinformation. And these curated toolboxes, they give you some recommendation how to quickly get into the subject by introductory literature, and then literature that goes further down into a specialization of this topic as a subtopic. Then we have, you see here, what is a little bit the volume that we have. We have 25,000 publications, 14,000 of which are free to download. So we basically link to these resources. And we also have 5,000 publications on digital communication, 5,000 on development communication, and 2,500 actually on religious communication. It's probably also very special with our library that we have this focus as well. So it's a very, very special, focused expert library. Conclusion. So Cameco is a Catholic consultancy specializing in communication for common good, in safeguarding, in the well-being, media education. And this training is part of this larger effort to promote digital communication skills at Catholic education. And also, I showed you the opportunity of collaboration with us in 5 areas. Please contact us. So I will leave this contact list also in the area in our course area, so you can reach out to us if you have if you need support for your project. Yeah, that's it. Here you see the team and also some of the other team members. It's not complete. We are actually 10, but here you see Christoph Dietz, who was not in the training, but and you see Mrs. Brown and Mrs. Libessard from France. We are actually an international team. We have I think only 4 Germans that work here, and the rest of the 6 are from other countries. Yeah, that's it. So any questions?
Thank you so much, Mr. Michael, for taking us through that journey and the amazing work that the team at Cameco are doing, and all the projects that you've been on, including this one that we're just about to wrap up right now. It's amazing to see, things on paper coming to life, and having to be a part of this one, which is almost like your first digital media training virtually, and it's coming to a very successful ending. We're so grateful for the opportunity to be a part of it. The floor is now open for any questions that we might have for Mr. Michael and by extension the Cameco team. So if you have any question, please, you can raise your hand, you can type in the comment section, whichever works for you best. We would love for you to engage with Mr. Michael. Ask questions, what are some of you've seen the presentation about the services that they offer. What are your thoughts? What's coming to mind around possible collaborations, right? So please ask away. Okay, I think the bishop is raising up his hands. Most Reverend, please let us. You can unmute your mic, sir, and go ahead with your question, sir.
No, hello, Michael. Good evening.
Good evening.
I am very pleasantly surprised that church is also, or you as a community of European Christian thinkers are involved in the formation of the coming generation. We in the third world, we are always struggling. Although we don't have that many well-equipped libraries or facilities, but still we try our level best, get involved. In fact, we embark on our effort, asking the parents to be first guardians of the children to journey. Especially we emphasize till 14 years. Every mother has got a more responsibility to keep the child on the check and give her time to listen to that child, what she learns or he learns in the school. Along with that, we want also other aspect we are not that strong, which is the aspect which you are telling, to form a group and also educate these children and also guide them and empower them and form a strong conscience. We can build a conscience of the child very strongly with the support of the parents and also with the support of the teachers, conscious teachers. And that conscience will be the guardian of that child for the rest of their life. This is what we believe. I mean, we articulate, we tell for teachers and also the management and wherever we go. But I am very happy that such a help is available. We'll definitely will see that as much help can be secured from your side. And I congratulate you for organizing this seminar, which is kind of what you're telling, digital media education as well policy. We definitely should have a policy of our own, which will empower the every parish priest to insist on the mothers and fathers of the family, and also guide the church personnel and also principals, teachers, and all those involved to ensure that child is formed well. This conscience or this outlook, it's a participation, is the use of media. We cannot avoid the children using the media, all these gadgets, but then we have to form them. That is the greatest challenge for the modern church, at least for us in India when we are talking about. Therefore, I am very happy that you have brought out that idea, and I am really glad. Thank you. And also, it's about see that whether you can give a special what is that special attention to India. India is a country we have got a lot of problems because fundamentalism is on the rise. Now, unless we guide our small flock with a real what is challenging area, we will be in a very dangerous situation as the days and months and years go by. Thank you, Michael, and I am very happy this what is Tulip took up this issue, and I got my chance to participate. Although I am just retired about 3-4 months ago, I am retired bishop, but I am still involved in my little work among the people, because we have got 10 civil districts where we are operating, and so many schools, about 62 schools, 85,000 students, and we want to do what we can do to build up the future of this. Not only the Christians, also even all those children who come to our attention. This is the one thing. Second point is that Michael, is that see, we want to have because of these 10 districts, we want to have a community radio. Is it one radio that will be done, or all the districts that should be radio? This has to be something like that we thought of and planned out, and we should do it, because this also will help to reach the last person in that 10 district where population is involved, where our schools are functioning, where our teachers are ably guiding those children. This is my submission. Very good. So now only thing my question is, will that establishing the community radio, will that be supported by any particular agency to which I can approach? This is my question to you.
Yeah, so first, I would like to commend your example, actually, because being a retired bishop and being such a good model for lifelong learning, and entering into a topic that is actually very far away from many old people that would say, this is for the next generation. I find is very, very encouraging that you do not have fear to plunge into this new area, and that just as a comment. Another on your question regarding the support, it is currently so that our donors, we are testing it a little bit, because we have been working in the field of media a lot, and now it's the field of education, media education, or this common field where media and education meet, media education. and we have not yet so many experience of if our donors will follow us in this recommendation also to fund more projects in this area. But I am pretty sure that we can make the point, because it is a burning problem. It is a really burning problem, and it is something where, and you mentioned it, where the Catholic school system has really a lot of resources on the ground. There are so many schools, so many dioceses. They run whole networks of Catholic schools, and I think it could be a very effective entry point to introduce this subject more or in the schools, and being supported by this. Yeah. So if you we are ready to explore with you, to work with you on project proposals, and to give you advice on these project proposals, and also to try give you some potential donors that could fund it. What we also try in this particular area is to try to get a little bit out of our own network and look into foundations or organizations that fund educational projects in general, and that might find this as well interested. Though they are not funding media, they might be interested to get people ready and mature for this new kind of world that they all face. There is also, that's the second thing that we can try. Yeah. So there are some international foundations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Michael. Thank you, Most Reverend, for your question. Okay, I'll leave the mic open for Dr. Marianne. Please go ahead and ask your question, ma'am.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Mike. You touched so many aspects that really kind of raised my curiosity and also motivated me somehow. I must say on this platform that I'm a religious, but I don't want to die without a legacy. Yeah, I want to leave a legacy in my profession, God willing. And maybe that is why I'm not a theologian. Maybe that's why I'm into media. Yeah. Mike, you talked about, how you support various sectors in realizing, the integration of media literacy, media development, and the rest of them. So my concern now is from the context where I'm coming from. I am more concerned about our religious communities, especially my own. So we believe that social media today, we believe that social media, it can make you famous, So either you take to TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and all the rest of them, using it, and I go back to Amy's word, responsible safety. So we forget that we have to be responsible, and then we forget that we are also endangering ourselves, so we need safety. So how can you encourage maybe workshops, seminars for religious communities so that they can be conscientized, during the formation houses? These are postulants, novices, before they get into the world and embrace these technologies, that is really evolving so massively. And taking the fact that also that considering the fact that Nollywood, which is a popular movie set in Nigeria, artists really go into, in Nigeria, this is a very popular kind of movie and all the stuff, movie industry. So some of us take our reality from these movies, without asking questions. And because of our own cultural background. These movies portray some sort of values, belief system that even I, as a religious, will believe that if my brother or sister is sick, then because of what I have watched in Nollywood, then someone is behind it. Someone is, after my family, someone. So this is really, it has not, this is value. This is belief system. And it's really creeping into the church, into the religious families, So it is a sort of concern for me. So I will ask, how do you encourage us to really get into this and implement that? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks. That is a whole kind of bouquet of issues that you touch upon. One thing is, I think you're right, and maybe the participants here would agree that it's media literacy or digital media education is not only for children important. It is also important for, as you said, sisters, novices. It's important for priests. It's important for bishops. Many bishops, for example, also here in Germany, they are very hesitant in opening up a social media account because, they don't know it, and we have a very, very low presence in social media by the church. Though, people are, as I said, are expressing faith, are witnessing faith online, and are forming religious groups. So they are there. And the church is not so much, while the church has an enormous, numerous presence on the ground. I mean, how many religious sisters are there? Yeah? And it would be another track. I mean, we are focusing here on school children, on teenagers. But you're right. I mean, it is. There is also a need in other generations. Then the question about soap operas. It is a very difficult thing. Feature films are very expensive. Or entertainment is very expensive to produce in a quality that can compete. Yeah. So sometimes partners also approach us with an idea of a soap opera, and it's not so easy to do that because it's it requests a lot of skills and a lot of resources, but it is something that I would also wish for, that there is content that maybe has a ground in Christian values, or also, we were talking about platforms, that platforms are there that actually incorporate Christian values. And unfortunately, the existing ones, the ones that in a way won this survival of the fittest fight in the internet, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. These are all platforms that basically, you see it very well also with Facebook. When they have another successful platform that comes into their way, they just buy it. They bought Instagram, they bought WhatsApp. So these are very powerful industries that have profit as their first goal, and this profit is the issue that creates these problems, because communication is something that we know that as a religious community, communication means community. In the end, for us, it means even communion. So there is more to it than just making profit and advertisement and trying to keep people on the platform forever and make them addictive. And no, communication is something very responsible, and it is a public good, as we have in our name also, serving the public good. And this aspect is really very, very undervalued currently in the world, or in this world of social media. So you have a lot of areas where Christians actually kind of fight against or go against the mainstream and really have an uphill struggle to maintain human values. And it's not only the Christians, also a lot of other organizations or states, or the internet favors controversies and fight and radicalization, polarization. The algorithm knows which issues catch the eyeballs, yeah, and that's really a problem. And if the algorithm only is interested in eyeballs, of course it will you will have content that is detrimental for kids as well as for society as a whole.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Michael, for that answer. Okay, so I see more hands up. Thank you, thank you. Mr. Dr. Wana, your hands are raised. Do you want to ask a question?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, wherever you are joining from. Yes. It's been 5 days intensive and of course very impactful sessions, and I've enjoyed every bit of it. And I wanted to reserve these. Can I call it a comment or a question at the end of the day or at the end of the session, so that we can have something we can go back with and begin to ponder, especially for the church community. That is, I'm talking about the Catholic Media Council, because we live in a world where it is entirely mediatized. You know, there's a concept of mediatization where everything is seen from the eye and, of course, from the lenses of the media. It's just like you giving me money to go to Mr. Biggs in Nigeria. It's the fast food, just like what you call, you know, there's a popular fast food in the US. I think I will remember it and say, okay, get yourself sandwich or a burger. I'll say, okay, or you give me the money. I mean, you bought the thing for me, and I tell you, hey, I don't need the burger or sandwich. Just monetize it. So mediatization, as 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 um as has taken over almost everywhere, just like somebody said that the world would be a global village. So if mediatization has taken over, you know, a global space, then there is need for the church media to be an active participant, you know, in forming platforms. And that takes me to the issue of platformization. And you find out that some of the other day I was looking for, you know, a station, a cartoon station, you know, or children's station for my children, and I found out that I couldn't find any Christian based station. What I found was Disney Junior, Jim Jam, and the rest weird, subtle, you know, anti-Christian or anti-social tendencies are being exposed to them, that a man and a man or a boy and a boy could be friends and then start touching themselves, which is anti-Christian. So there's need for the church media to pay attention to platformization. I'm talking about providing platforms for teaching and, of course, integrating social values, especially Christian values. I don't know of any Christian, you know, cartoon stations or children's station, but I know that we have a lot of Catholic satellite TVs. I think I used to watch Lumen and the rest, you know. But what are we doing to be sure that the next generation after us, the children that we are raising, are not, you know, picking up antisocial behaviors or anti-Christian behaviors on the popular secular media, and at the end of the day, you ask yourself, was this child raised by a Christian parent? So the need for platformization should be taken into consideration, where the church media, especially Kamiko, is able to build, you know, I won't call it religious based, religious based channels, especially for children, so that the church could also have a platform. When I mean platform, I'm talking about media platform, podiums, to propagate their belief. And then finally, I would want to see the church media, creating awareness in what I call self censorship. I don't know of you, but what I've discovered by experience is that sometimes I'm on LinkedIn, I'm on Facebook, I'm on WhatsApp and the rest. When I want to post a message, I would want to pull myself back, pause, and read the message once again. And I ask, if my priest sees this message, will he think I'm antichrist? If my mother, if my father, if my friends, if those I hold in high respect see this post, or if my friends that are Muslims are the rest, if they see this message, what would they think of me, from what they know about me? And that I call it a self-censorship, before you post something on Facebook or on Twitter or what have you, you have to self-censor and tell yourself, hey. So I think if the church, if the church media would take some time, and build a curriculum, and build, call it whatever you want to call it, because I've always told people that one of the people that are very powerful in influencing, our behaviors, and of course our decisions, and of course policy, apart from the family, is the church. And before you could even talk about community leaders, so there is need to imbibe. To make sure that the church media, especially those who are who are specialists, that in church, who are specialists in the media professionals or practitioners, so to speak, I should be able to come up with any kind of technique, any kind of format, to make sure that Christians are self-censored before they click anything, or before they post anything online. So thank you very much. It's been a wonderful session, and I've learned a lot, and I look forward to another session like it, maybe in the coming years. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Thanks a lot. Yeah, we among our partners, we actually have always kind of two different types of strategies to also bring in if you are as I was presenting, the Second Vatican Council was basically calling Christians to engage in society around them. And how can they do that? They can do this, as you say, through media. And there are two strategies that our partners apply. One is producing good content and try to get this content distributed through mainstream platforms they don't own themselves. Yeah? And the other strategy is to have your own television channel, your own radio, or your own, as you say, platform, social media platform. I would love to have something like that, an alternative to Facebook, something that is, incorporating the values of the Good Samaritan, what we were talking about in the beginning, that there is more humanity on the internet, and it's not just money making and advertisement, but it is really sharing and listening and communication. Unfortunately, it is a very difficult task, because you need a lot of expertise. You need actually investors that can help you starting this off. But there are some initiatives. There is, I think, one Indian initiative where they try to do that to connect parishes and dioceses through a special app that they have. There was also the attempt of I think, of a Catholic dating platform that was incorporating values, Catholic values into the dating, that you are not kind of basically swiping somebody right and left, and it's just kind of an icon, but to try to do this differently and to be really, a little bit pay attention to the dignity of people and of every person. But it's very difficult. It's very difficult, and the problem is also that you, in a way, have to have such a good idea that you can compete with armies of engineers, creatives, designers, psychologists that Google and Facebook already have employed. So it's really, really hard to get something against that, or putting something against it. But yeah, why not keep thinking about it? And maybe there is a niche where this can be this can be done. I know that the U.S. Church, for example, has very successfully works with a private company that offers an app where parishes can connect with a flock. So it's kind of an app specially designed for parishes. That is, but it's in cooperation with a commercial company that actually, has they don't want to make much profit, but they are kind of having to cover their costs, because maintaining security, updating an app is very, very, very expensive. Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
Thank you, thank you, Dr. Wana, for bringing up that conversation and giving us something to think about. And I think it's also us as Christians stepping into that place of producers as well, so that we're not just consumers. We can also create, content that are wholesome for our children and even for others. Even as we think about evangelizing, we should know that sometimes evangelism starts from within. Because even us continuing to edify ourselves in the church, in the Christendom, with content that is edifying to the body of Christ, we can also think of creating content that are wholesome like that. Thank you so very much. Okay, I think we can take one more as we wrap up this session. Okay. Oh yeah, our time is up. Our time is up for this session. Thank you so much, Mr. Michael, for being so gracious, for the work that Kamiko does, and for creating this awareness through these trainings to help the church, the body of Christ, to also understand what it means to be a part of media, not just to sit on the sidelines, but to also be involved in creating and also shaping the mindset of people out there. God bless you. Thank you so much. All right, let's go on a quick break. And on the hour, we'll come back for the next session. I had to interact with you during the mentorship session. So thank you very much. Thank you. All right, we'll speak you back to Miss Maria for Group 1, mentor for Group 1. Are you available now? You can. Yes. Thank you so much. Yes, please take it away. Thank you.
Oui, 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 je suis là. D'accord. Merci, bonjour à tous. Je suis Maria Chiara De Lorenzo.
Yes, I'm there. Good morning, everyone. My name is Maria Chiara De Lorenzo. I am the secretary for the communication of my organization, and I would like to start by saying thank you, because I found the structure of this course very well, and the integration of these training sessions with the work in the groups that we have done has been great, because this approach has allowed us to put into practice the knowledge that we had learned. Of course, the constraint underlined by the participants in my group is that everything has contributed to strengthen the ability to work under pressure. in an effective way. These activities have allowed to understand and put into practice all the things that you have understood. You see here the composition of the group. We had 15 participants. Most of them came from Haiti and other countries also. You have seen this on the screen, right? Now, I would like to focus on the methodology because during the first session, I have tried to use the function of the whiteboard shared on Zoom, but this approach turned out to be quite ineffective because the participants found it not useful. And then I hope they are going to use it in the future anyway. So for the second meeting, I have changed the methodology. Well, I had to do that also in the first session, so that they could share the screen and share the comments in the chat. For the two last activities, I have proposed another approach, i.e. a mixture in between the individual and collective work. Each participant has received one specific point to deal with, taken from the different models to realize the curriculum and the policies, with 5, 7, or 10 minutes to his or her disposal for personal reflection, and then each has to share his or her ideas on the chat, and I have copied that on the shared document. So we have a complete document in this way, and a little time to exchange and give ideas and feedbacks on what we had written. And the document was shared among everyone. So this method has allowed us to deepen the subjects and to make the group more effective in a way to be more, analyzing the things that were a bit more complex. The first day, the first meeting was more demanding because the group had to start connection and develop a collaborative dynamics. As facilitator, I tried to detect the most effective way to communicate with the objective, with the goal of setting up an atmosphere of trust and get to the end, to the production of concrete results. So my work has facilitated exchanges and to see that each member of the group could express his or her ideas freely and that everyone could participate. I have also taken time to clarify some points that were not clear. The first day, we have shared our idea around the concept of restructuring Facebook, but the discussion, which I have found interesting, is focused mainly on the importance of acting at a specific level, at individual level, and so also to transform. Instead of transforming Facebook to teach the users, and in particular Christians, to create a positive environment and a welcoming environment. And this could have been realized thanks to a collaboration between the church, family, and society, so that we could have focus on real comprehension and participation. So the goal was not to transform the tool, but to orientate its use for ethical and educational purposes, strengthening the security and the production of the content. So I think this was a realistic approach for us. And the same day, the second day, the group was more comfortable, and then we could start a brainstorming dynamics. Many ideas came out on the subject to write a story mapping. And in my opinion, the final result is that we had to reflect the implications and creativity of the group. So I can share the outcome of this story mapping if you want. And then in the third And for days, the exercises have been more complex, and this represented a real challenge by the group, but everyone wanted to challenge, to accept the challenge, and this morning you have seen the results. This approach has strengthened the efforts of each and everyone, and they could had direct listening and produced a good outcome. I would like to share with you now some comments by the participants that said that tutoring sessions took place in a perfect way. I had the impression that we were all in the same place. I like the participation of the group members. I had the impression that we were all in the same workplace. This has inspired me to work. And again, the group work was well organized. I appreciated the openness and dynamics of the group to share and participate in the exercises. Once the work is shared, it allows everyone to express it, and no one was ignored. We have worked on that. Again, some other comments, a good methodology, a synodal methodology. In the group, we did practical exercises on how to build a digital media education policy, and this enriched us a lot in sharing. This is my first experience of working online. I see that the experience was very enriching. I see that it was good method used so that everyone could participate actively. I appreciate that. All this was in order to deepen and understand the different season. And so everyone could participate in an active way. This was to understand and deepen the different sections. What you could improve was the speed. I feel that I don't really have enough time to review what I have just learned before going to work in a group. The work was very informative and takes into account the problems that we have to tackle with the various challenges that we face with the digital world. So I conclude by saying thank you, everyone, again.
Thank you very much, Mentor Maria, for that beautiful summary and the feedback that you've given right now. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, so moving on to our next mentor, I would like to invite mentor for Group 3, Sister Marianne. Sister Marianne, please, the stage is yours. Yes, please go ahead.
Ejiro, I just sent I don't know if I can share here what I have, but I've just sent it to the platform. Yes. But I can also, did you see it?
Yes.
Okay.
So, do you want to share? Okay.
Yeah,
So
you can.
share.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm sharing.
All
Okay.
right, awesome.
Yeah. Okay. I hope everyone can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Okay, good. Actually, the mentors reports, I didn't want to do it with a ceremonial way, but then I would also start with those who initiated this training. This is the second slide, please. Yeah, I would like to thank Tulip, Kameko, and Begeka for this wonderful initiative. And also, I want to thank Kameko in a special way for the passionate, insightful initiative following the Signs of Time, and then the digitalization using MEAL, UNESCO, and then also the curriculum development and the policy, not just teaching, but also allowing people to implement it. So I thank you so much. And then it is a feat. It wasn't really an easy one. And I congratulate you for taking this further, and also allowing this group. This is a very diverse group, and everyone, was carried along. So I thank you so much. And the training really got to me to some extent, because I wouldn't say this is the first time I'm engaging in this kind of training, but what I loved the most is, the organization, the topics that were handled. I wouldn't mention all. We all know what happened in. Maybe we go over to the next slide. Yeah. Oh my God! It seems I shared the wrong. I shared the wrong slide. I sent the wrong slide. Let me see what I have here.
It always happens. Yes.
I shared the wrong slide. Oh, let
That's
me
all right.
let
Feel
me
You have
free
access
to
to the
make it
correct one.
orally. Feel free to make it
Okay, please,
orally.
just stop sharing. That was the wrong
Okay.
slide, please.
We
Just
are at home already
That's
by the end
fine.
of the week, so feel free to make it. It's not
yeah. So
mandatory to make slides.
maybe I can send it later if you need it. Anyway, so I so much loved what happened, the activities, how they happened. They won, and the media literacy and the critical thinking. Day two, all the topics, even though I wasn't present because I had to combine this training with my lectures. But I would like to go straight to the group work, which I would say that the groups were very enthusiastic and analytical. And then I see them as critical thinkers because of their input, their contribution, their submissions, and they were already always ready and disposed, to share and also to acquire more knowledge. In fact, they were good students, I would say. They are very good learners. And the topics we handled every day during the group discussion was like an eye opener for them, and they approached it with interest and with passion, and you could see everyone contributing. And that also is something that I really love so much. Maybe as a teacher, I saw they were all engaged. And the topics also are not they are not they are just not any kind of topic. The topics are new, and then the different approaches to it also was for them an eye-opener, which some of them also admitted. And as we are in the digital world, and then inundated with so many information, so many media platforms, and then the organizers took time to bring in all the aspects that affects us as human beings, that affects us as a society. And the traders, you took into consideration the diverse groups, the religious and the religious and the national context where every individual is coming from. And that made it also very interactive and diverse. And I would say the methodology of this workshop is also very good, because integrating theory and practice at the same time, the implementation of that, it's also amazing, and what congratulating you for. So from my own side, as maybe my little knowledge, we didn't have enough time. We know the time was a bit limited for them to come up with maybe their own ideas. When we went to the breakout rooms and all that, they didn't have time to finish the exercises. And then I think maybe that is what you have to think for the future. Maybe give them more can have something productive. And also that made some of them, they didn't sleep well because I had to put them to work. We're like up like 1 a.m. or 12 midnight, trying to get things sorted out. So yeah, I think this aspect of timing the exercises, the practical aspect of it is very, very necessary for the learners or participants. And in general, honestly, I love the ambience. I love the atmosphere. I love the the structure, because when you have a plan and I there was something also I really want to commend, the ability to cover everything. Okay, this is not coming, what do we do? You step in immediately and keep flowing. So there wasn't any disruption in between. That was really good. People were not like, oh, where are we, what are we doing now, what are we, so I must say, I must thank all of you. Ejiro, I thank you. I thank the Tulip theme. I thank Mambulu and his group. Mike, Fabiola, you guys are awesome. I also thank Amy. Amy, get prepared for artificial intelligence literacy class or training, because this is another step. We have seen media digitally. Now is AI literacy is going to come. So be ready, Kameko. You are getting into another phase. So I thank you so much. And it was a rare privilege for me, and I want to thank Mambulu in a special way, because he knows. Mambulu, thank you. Thank you so much for giving me you saw the passion with which I discussed this with you, and I am so happy. And I thank the group I worked with. I thank them in a special way. They were really engaged, and I thank all of them. I cannot mention all of them: Sister Magdalena, Sister Costa, Father Ernest, Omar Alphonse, Mateos, Sister Flora Menendez, my Lord Gerard Amelda, and all that, and the Ripona Rema. Yeah, please, I thank you all.
You did good.
So much. Thank you.
You did good. You did good. Thank you so much, Dr. Marianne, for such a fantastic review and feedback as well, and for all the thank yous. We thank you too for committing to the journey and just being here for the group members and helping them, work with the time that we do have to create something out of the time we've spent together this week. So thank you so very much. We appreciate you. All right. So I have the pleasure of bringing on our last mentor for group 4, Dr. Uwana Samuel. Are you here, sir? Can I see you? I saw you earlier.
I think he's here. Yes.
Yes, I know he's here.
Yeah.
But I can't see his video on.
If you can, Samuel, open your mic, open your video if it is possible, and kindly share with us. Perfect.
All right.
Oh my God.
On the road.
You can see journalists, we are always on the go. Whenever the story breaks, that's where we go to. And although I'm in the classroom, I've always told my students that a journalist is always on demand. Forget that I'm in the classroom right now, and if anything breaks, I would leave the class and go cover it, because the passion is always there, So I knew I'm monitoring one or two things, so I needed to be sure that I'm doing the right thing, and I'm there to be sure that everything goes well. So I would just say a very big thank you to the team. I want to believe you can hear me, right? Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. I hope
great.
you're not driving right now.
I'm not driving.
Park your car. Okay.
Yeah, I'm back comfortably, and it brings a different flavor to your conference variety. So I want to say a very big thank you to the Kamiko team, especially Fabiola, who spotted me and invited me for this conference to balance up the town and the gown. When I mean the town and the gown, I'm talking about the practitioners and of course the scholars. I've tested both walls. I've been, like I said earlier, I've been a producer, a journalist, Radio Nigeria for 22 years before I left and joined the classroom. And I've enjoyed both walls, and I can say comfortably what happens, what transpires at both walls or in both walls. So this training is like a learning curve for me. I've listened to a lot of trainers. I've also listened to a lot of my mentees and of course the other colleagues, talking, dishing out their experiences, their technical know-how, and I have my notes full, and I'm looking forward to the next training if possible. And of course, my mentees, a very big thank you to my mentees, for the 3 or 4 days I've engaged with them. I've been able to find out future leaders, future media leaders, future policymakers. Yesterday we were drafting. I was guiding them to draft the policy papers on digital technologies, and I could see the technical know-how. I could see the drive. I could see the zeal for them to go out there and explore, and of course offer something to the world. And at the end of the day, I'm fulfilled that I've been able to impact and I've been able to influence. I've been able to bring out my 22 years in the media, and of course 5 years in the academia, to influence on what they would do and what they would continue to do. I hope I'm not forgetting Mambuzu, a lovely facilitator who saw what I could do and also invited me I should come to the mentorship group. And I want to say thank you very much, Mambulu, and also the entire Kamiko team, and of course the anchor. It reminds me of the days my days at Radio Nigeria. She was just doing those things as if she's on air. So thank you very much, my energetic sister. And finally, I just want to point out something here, like a final submission, so that we have something to think about, especially, for future training. I would love to see, a situation where when this training, is called upon next time, where there's a simulation session, what I call a simulation session, where it's like a do-it-yourself kind of session. And of course, we also invite, for example, if we are targeting, the young people, especially children, I would love to see them on board to really get to explore, to really get to understand, how they feel, what they feel, about the digital media, because it's only when you hear from 2 or 3 of these respondents that you could truly bring out empirical statement, or that you can, generalize whatever you are doing. That way, we can start citing in the academia. In the academy, we can start citing, whatever that happens here, in the academy. I mean, in the academia, we can start rolling out data and statistics and say, hey, according to these, the chemical training, this is what we observe, this is what we can generalize it, and then also want to say that in the near future, we should try as much as possible to also, engage some other international bodies like the UNESCO, like the WHO, and what have you. That way, we can also share data, and of course, not allow, what transpires here to just be buried, at our website and all of that. So this partnership, this inter-organizational initiative would also help. And I would also advise that some of the statistics, some of the things that we've found out here, or some of the expert statements that were channeled here, we should try as much as possible. I'm talking to Kamiko now, to try and bring out these statistics, this data, these facts, to the outside world. It shouldn't just be buried at the Kamiko website, and all of that. There should be a press conference, that they should invite journalists, prominent media houses to say, hey, we put up this and that training so day, and this is what we found out, and this is what the expert found out, and this is what we could do to make the world a better place. Thank you very much, my co-trainers. Thank you very much, the Kamiko team. Thank you very much, the mentees. Thank you very much, everyone, and God bless you all. Thank you very much, and bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Mentor Dr. Wana Samuel, for that fantastic feedback and for your suggestions and advice. I am sure that the team is putting all into consideration. And the next time we're going to invite you for a session, some of these things will be imputed in the feedback and to make the whole experience better. Thank you so very much. God bless you. All right. Okay. So thank you. Thank you to all our mentors and everyone in the group as well, just giving in your feedback in the comment section. Please keep them coming, but we're not satisfied. We are going to be a little bit of Oliver Twist, all right, today. So get ready. We are going to ask for more feedback, but we're going to guide the feedback to get more specific responses. So I'll leave the stage now for Fabiola. Fabiola, over to you.
Thank you, energetic. I am tasked to offer a bit of further instructions, but allow me just quickly, perhaps on behalf of everyone here, or the preparation or technical, everyone from the Kameko, Tulip, and Megeka, if I may speak a bit on behalf, but really to thank all the feedback from the mentors. That's been really, really helpful. I have made a lot of, you don't see here, but a lot of notes. So it is really, really good to hear that you have so much compelling thoughts. Great applause to everyone, to the mentors, to the participants as well. We have a lot of lessons learned for now, for the future, for the upcoming future. So yes, all noted. Hands-on work exercises, sometimes they are a bit rushy. Thank you for really highlighting this short of time. Some participants had to be a bit more familiar with these tools, so with Zoom tools, so we'll consider that as well. I'm very happy to hear that the participants felt comfortable, like cozy, as everyone in the breakout room, as if everyone were at the same physical room, despite the geographical distances. So this is really the feeling of community that we really, really wanted to engage. So good to hear what worked well, what could have been better. It's always like that. We need to acknowledge. I take up the challenge of this simulation session. So we need to further conceptualize AI literacy. Oh my gosh. Increase partnerships. Yes, yes. Open up to the world. Yes. So as a challenge to you all, I will now share my screen. We continue the flow here. So let us see my PowerPoint presentation to make it easier that I don't lost myself in the comments. So I suppose you can see this, right? Perfect. So I'm just reducing here the image. Anything energetic, just unmute yourself and intervene with the voice. So we'd like to offer, we as Kamiko now, some instructions for further work. What would that mean? Recapitulating. So we are just about to end up this virtual, multilingual, multicultural training, national global training that was aimed at equipping educators, youth leaders, professionals, religious actors, you with the knowledge and tools to gain competences to assist youth in navigating the digital media space. And it was good to hear that so far we have managed a bit to really, all of us, keep up really the spirit and to absorb a lot of information. So the idea behind was that expert input, insights, they were to help you the participating organizations that are interested in building your own policy, your own curriculum for digital media education. So summarizing what we had so far, we talked on those several topics. As you kind of know by heart, by now, digital well-being, safeguarding, critical thinking, digital cybersecurity, AI, algorithm, policy, curriculum, of course, that was the aim. Also fundraising yesterday, some opportunities that were offered yesterday session. This training was value oriented, and we were guided through the principles of human dignity, community, discernment, truth. As we just had the mentorship program, I have the feeling now, I guess all of us, we have the feeling that indeed it was possible to foster discussion among the participants, despite all the challenges. That's very true. That was the goal, and I think we accomplished so far to really offer space for brainstorming, for interacting on these various topics, to support you in at least drafting a bit ideas for policy and curriculum. And our amazing pool of mentors, they are formed, as we have already seen, right, by great experts that accompanied you, the groups. So if you made it until today, we congratulate you. We are very, very, very much proud of you. You made it, and you will soon, of course, receive your certificates. We, though, would like to offer you, we as Cameco, to offer you this extended mentorship program possibility. So what is it all about? Let me check the time. Yeah, good on the timing. So for those of you who, after today's training, feel compelled to build a policy and a curriculum for your own organization, Cameco, our team, we are committed and we are here to offer you the possibility to continue engaged in this process, to submit a draft and to receive feedback. So I'm going to give you more details on how it's going to work. So each participant, so willing to go through this process after this week training, so after today, will have 1 week until, let's say, the next Friday, 6th of December, to submit a draft document of what your curriculum and policy from your organization could look like, or your diocese, or your congregation, or your school. So this is just to really, really be clear. This is not mandatory. You did what you had to do for the week training. This is not mandatory. Let me continue here. So this it's an exercise for those of you who wish to undergo through this, let's say, adventure. It has to be done on your real context. So you should develop, if you wish to go further, a policy and a training strategy or curriculum strategy that are really related to your context. So it is important for you, for those of you who wish to undergo this challenge, to look at the possibility of involving the stakeholders in your policy and curriculum making, and in order to understand your priorities. So for stakeholders here, we mean young people, students, parents, administrative officers, professors, school teachers, school leaders, stakeholders that your organization engage. I'm continuing here. So we will provide then, after we Cameco, we receive your, let's say, your draft, your submission of draft document, curricula and policy. We will give you a written feedback until 10th of December. So you will have, as a participant engaging in this process, you will have 2 more days to digest, react, And this process will conclude then in 2 weeks from here, Friday, 13 December, with, let's say, the final response from the Cameco team. So here, and we are going to share this also, if Tulip can share also within the groups and also in the platform, just for you to have the dates in mind in case some of you wish to go further and wish and have time to dedicate as well to go further. So a bit the calendar here for your reference. By Friday 6, you submit to us. It's a very tight time. We know that 1 week, the end of the year is approaching, so we need to rush. So you submit to us the draft document and policy of your curriculum. We offer you, we provide you the only written feedback, either in English or French. So in terms of language, we are available. Then you'll have like 2 days to digest, and the process will be concluded. I think this is it. Any questions? We open the floor now really for questions or for any remarks. If let me stop sharing here. If I'm missing any information, if Mambulu.
Yes, thank you, Fabiola. I also want to thank everybody here, Tulip, AJ, thank you, Bright, and all the team of Tulip. It has been a very wonderful journey, mentors. Let me go to what I wanted to add here.
Yes, please.
For the policy, you will receive, I think, or you already received. Amy yesterday made a session on the form, the full form of the policy making. I think you understood during the presentation of the policy, it was kind of split. You did not see each group as some part of the policy. It was not the full document of the policy. You will receive all the exercise made by different groups, so you can also take some idea from other group. So you will not begin from scratch. This is one thing. So you will receive the full document of policy. You already received this. You will receive the document from different groups, so the exercise that different group made. So the second thing. Third thing I want to add is that the policy you will develop is for your own organization. It can be school, it can be also congregation, it can be also diocese that deal with so I don't know, commission familiale, so the commission with for family, and the decision commission for family or for young people. So if you have a group and you deal with a group and then you want to create something, it's a strategy. The policy is also a kind of strategy. Inside, you will have your training strategy. Then, from this training strategy, you develop the curriculum. You will have different templates or different curriculum, because as we said before, the curriculum is for one topic. So if you plan to develop during 1 year 10 topics, then you will develop 10 templates of curriculum. If you plan to have just 6 workshops on 6 topics, you have to develop 6 curriculum plan of the workshop. Even if the workshop is 15 minutes, so for this workshop, you develop your curriculum. Even if it is for 1 hour, you develop the curriculum for 1 hour. So those are different documents. Policy, curriculum strategy, so training strategy that will be developed in different curriculum. So that's to be very clear for this. It's a kind of the base of all your strategy, because on top of this, maybe you can develop a project, maybe, if you are able to finish the policy and your curriculum strategy and curriculum plan for each topic. Just to be clear, the project can be another step. If you made this step, we are available in French and in English, so we will be happy to have the next week and to dedicate time for answering to your draft. Clearly, we are waiting for another level of draft, not the exercise. So the level has to be a bit higher. Then it can help us also to give you answers. Yeah.
Thank you, Mambulu. Very great. Allow me just quickly, perhaps one idea here to be practical. And if Mambulu also agrees, and Amy, of course. So for those who might be willing to go through this challenge, to this adventure, to build your own curriculum and first of all your own policy, and if you wish to have our feedback, you have time to reflect by the end of the day, perhaps. And I would recommend that for those who are interested, give us a heads up, perhaps even by email, so we don't confuse too much the WhatsApp group that from the participants. We're gonna share again here in the chat my email and Mambulu's email. So give us a heads up. Just for us to know who might be willing to go through that, and we can even organize ourselves and organize our timing. And when you submit, of course, please do submit through the same emails, Mambulu and my email. We're gonna write again here in the chat. So the communication will go through that. If you agree with that, Mambulu, are you fine with that? And perhaps Amy, so you don't...
Yes, maybe the number of people that want to do, they can communicate to Bright, to Tulip administration, the people that want with their email, and then maybe Tulip can send us the list.
Okay. Oh,
And
is that possible?
afterwards,
Okay.
yeah,
Perfect.
afterwards, they know that they will receive our email to submit. But so also Tulip know that those are, they decide themselves to work and to go on with Cameco. I think it's important that Tulip also is on board, just to know which people or which organization are willing to continue. And afterward, we will continue the conversation. Yeah.
Sure. We will take it up and then we will send it across.
Okay, perfect. So we don't confuse too much as well, but so we gather. Thank you.
And then we will do it in WhatsApp group. We will send the communication for that separately, giving our email address, and then they can come to us, and then we'll redirect them to you.
Nice.
I think
We
one of
wait.
had a question, one participant, Shika, I think, Sister Shika Gomez. Yes, let's see. Let's hear from her. Yes, sister, you can talk. Sister Shika, you are there?
Yeah,
Yes, I'm here.
okay, okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead.
Now, am I going to share my experience?
No, that's later.
No, you
sister.
raised, you
Okay.
raised your hands. Yeah.
We are just trying to finish it with the Kamiko team, and
Ah,
after
okay.
we
After
will
that.
have the participants one.
Okay. Fine. All right. Thank you very much. So are you done, Fabiola?
Yes, all done, unless we
Okay.
have any questions from
Okay.
the participants regarding the extended mentorship. But please do share as well those slides with the date so they have in mind. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. If you have any question, pop it in the comment section and we will go ahead to see that. So we'll quickly go on a short break. When we come back,
There's
we
a
are
question
going...
from Mr.
Okay.
Abe
Nikkei?
Nikes.
Okay.
So you can express your intention through Tulip. So we go to Tulip, so Tulip can take all the intention and send to Cameco the emails and the people that want to do something. So to go for this extended mentorship.
Okay.
So we have everything through
In
Tulip,
one.
and afterward, when we receive the emails, then we can begin our conversation with you.
Okay. Okay. So basically, everyone has Tulip's email address. So the same email is just identify your intention to continue or to take the mentorship further, and then we will communicate that with the team at Kamiko, and then we'll facilitate the conversation. All right. Thank you so very much. We're going to go on a 15 minutes break. When we come back, we're going to start the closing out ceremony. I hope we're all excited. It's going to be fun. Don't miss out. This is the best part. See you after the break.
You have just to click to this link, and you will see the 3 questions. We will go step by step, no rush. So when I say I will read the first question, then you will answer to the first question. We will have 2 minutes. Then we go for the second question. When I say go, you answer to the second question, and we will see all of us in the screen, at the screen, our answers. So why we are making this is to inspire everybody here in the room with the answers of everybody. So visual evaluation and emotional evaluation. And then afterward, you will receive the form for a very formal evaluation from Tulip. Now we are doing just display. So let me share my screen. Then our first question is about the question is very clear. If you had to retain just one idea, one concept from this training, what would it be? Very simple. En français, si vous deviez retenir une seule idée de cette formation, laquelle serait-elle? So just tap your answer. So I think everybody is in Mentimeter. If you are not in, you can use this QR code with your phone also to enter directly. But I think the best way is just to click on the link and answer for the first question. So one idea is digital policy training. But something that you, we call it the takeaway, what you take away. Huh? Can say this, yeah. Importance of policy to safeguard users, especially children. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Let's go on. Please go on. We should have this screen full. We have 40 participants.
All the links are in the WhatsApp group. So you have to only press the link and you have to type it there. Then it will automatically come.
Just answer to the first question and then we will go to the second. Oh, people are thinking. Okay. We have 10 minutes, but yes. 2 or 3 minutes per question.
Okay, it's coming in. It's coming in.
Okay, the second, yeah, take away to make users responsible and safe. Yeah, digital education, safeguarding in the digital world, digital well-being. Yeah, fantastic.
Let's go. Let's keep it going. Just 6. We need it to pop, 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 pop. 20, 20. Go, go, go.
Personne n'est en sécurité dans les médias sociaux. Ah, this is great. Nobody is in a safe place in the social media.
Yeah, just one remark, Mambulu,
Yeah.
that Amy also shared the link in the chat here. So if you cannot open through the WhatsApp, you can simply click on the chat. Here there is a link also.
Yes.
And don't overthink.
Yes. Citoyenneté numérique, so digital citizenship, cybersecurity, a well-organized idea to make me aware. So this participant is aware of the danger. Avoir courage d'être prochain à l'autre. So to have the courage to stay, okay, I think in the physical world. So to not stay just in the digital, but to to return to build community, physical. Digital training for parents, proper use of digital media. This is interesting. Understand the concept of to train also parents. Utilisation des médias pour éduquer et évangéliser le monde actuel. Yeah, see, this for the media people. A good tool to apply in our congregation. Oh, this for congregation. Fantastic. Oh, did you see now? A lot of people are responding. So this is really great. So another one, awareness rising of the pro and cons of the digital use, especially AI. Oh, fantastic. Thank you. So let us move to the second question. So please, we stop here. You will see there are other digital citizenship. Make every effort to build a strong character and conscience of the children. Okay. All the session is calling us to be cyber missionaries. Oh, we can stop with this. Fantastic. We go on with this idea of being digital, a cyber missionary. So let us go to the second question. You will see under the first slide, you have the second slide of question. So this is a very simple one, and you will see it's very beautiful what we will see now. If in one word, how would you summarize your learning experience from this training? So let us take this out. En un mot, comment résumeriez-vous votre expérience d'apprentissage? One word. Update, well organized, fantastic. Oh, it's coming. Fantastic, enlightening, empowering, informative. Oh, fantastic. Let's go. Please. Overwhelming, excellent. Oh, mamma mia. Very informative. Okay. Very practical and enrich, inspiring. Yeah. Enlightening. So let us go. Very informative, dynamic.
I love it.
Fantastic. We like this.
Empowering.
With our AG.
Very practical,
Updates,
enlightening. Ooh, nice.
inspiring. Yeah.
Wow. Overwhelmingly excellent. Okay.
Yeah. You can read, please, AJ. Yeah. I leave you the floor. You
I
can.
love
Thank
it.
you.
Informative, brainstorming. I love it. Very informative, insightful, inspiring, very practical and enrich. Oh, wow. Love it. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Use the link. Use the link.
We have to have
Some people are
the
typing it
screen
in the
full
comment
here.
section. Use the link. Use the link to give your one word that describes what your experience has been from this training so
One in
far.
French, éducatif. Oh, thank you. Merci.
Educative, dynamic. Okay, love it. Fantastico.
Partager. Okay. Share. Sharing moments.
Awesome,
Oh, thank
awesome,
you.
awesome,
Merci.
awesome. Thank you. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
okay, thank you. Oh, well organized, enjoyable. Oh,
Love it.
fantastic. This is nice. Thank you. Let us go for
Awesome.
the last one. So we keep the time. So this is the third question. So go to the third slide. What will be the first thing you will try to do after this training? This is a kind of commitment. Hein? Quelle sera la première chose que vous allez essayer de faire ou d'appliquer après cette formation? Please
What would
take
be the first
commitment
thing you would
in
try
front
to
of
do?
us,
Love it. Keep an
people
eye
of
on
God.
AI. Okay. I love it. I love that it's like, what will you try to do? So it doesn't have to be perfect. So don't overthink it. What's the first thing that comes to mind? What would you try to do? I love this first response. Keep an eye on AI. Like, I
Yes.
am going to be very, very like, what is going on in the AI world? Somebody says, I will share with the teachers. Oh, that's so sweet. Somebody says, incorporate digital media strategies to enhance community engagement and awareness in policy advocacy wow. Okay, that's a mouthful. I love it. First thing to do is for my own personal, and then re-echo and reshare to our sisters. Love it. Form a team to organize the follow-up. Okay, awareness sharing with my young people. Well done.
In French, something in French, mieux préparer au mariage. This is fantastic.
What does that mean?
To prepare people for a wedding. So a
Oh,
pre-wedding training,
yes.
including digital
Yes,
registration.
for
This is fantastic.
parenting. I love it. Oh, that's so good. Love, 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 love it. Somebody says sharing with my staff about well-being and media, very important. Update further and educate others. Change the password.
Nice.
I love that one. Very good. Very, very practical. Prepare a proper curriculum. Wonderful. Share
Fantastic. This is
knowledge.
one of for the extended mentorship, huh?
I know, right?
Fantastic.
Share knowledge to others, units, and focus on the process of policy formulation and training. Fantastic, fantastic. Prepare curriculum for a few topics, training policy making for the province. Wow.
There's one in
Amazing.
French,
Yes.
sensibiliser les jeunes à la pensée critique. So to sensitize the young people for the critical thinking, on critical
Awesome.
thinking. Yeah.
Awesome.
Commencer à
That's
appliquer
right.
moi-même ces règles. So I want to start myself to apply this the rules, huh? Also the awareness and insights
Yeah.
I receive. Former les jeunes aux enjeux du numérique. Oh, someone decide to go for the training of young people.
Oh, awesome.
Aider les autres à savoir bien utiliser les médias pour mieux entrer dans l'ambiance du monde de la technologie. Another engagement for training. So on, please. Make a
I love
practical
it.
plan for digital
Digital
well-being.
well-being.
Oh, this is
Weekend
another
program
one.
with stakeholders. I love it. Wow. Amazing, amazing. Well done, everyone. This has been very insightful. Your feedback has been amazing. Thank you for participating in this one. We appreciate your every single response.
We will
Thank you.
send this. We will send this to Bright now, so we can share with you because there is a possibility to have a report. So we'll send a PDF report.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Ah, fantastic. We appreciate you participating in that one. Okay, right about now, we're going to get some feedback from our participants. Please, let's try to stick with time so that we can all wrap up this whole session happily. All right. So we have 5 minutes each. So please, whatever you want to say in your feedback, summarize it and let's get to the point in 5 minutes. I know you appreciate everyone. You have thanked everyone. Just go straight to the feedback so that we can have time for everyone. So I would like to invite Sister Godens, Sister Godens, if you're in the room, I would like to invite you. DME 1007. Yes, please go ahead with your feedback. I know it's going to be in French, yeah? So yes, please. I think we have to help them request for their mics to be open. I'm unable to do that from here. Okay. Yeah, sister, please go ahead. You need to accept to unmute your mic.
There is a button down called audio. You have to press it. So, yes.
Yes.
Oui.
Yes.
Est-ce que vous voyez mes...
Do you see?
We can hear you. Please go ahead. Oh, there's a presentation?
Bon, mon expérience...
Oui, yes.
Mon
Yes. J'ai fait la présentation de l'expérience. I have done the great joy of this presentation, of this participation. I mean, I have had the hope now to continue with that. Everything started because there has been a sister Sarité, and that has invited me to follow this training. I didn't know even the existence of this training. I fought within myself, and I have understood that it was my God that was calling me, because I have just experienced it in these days, the true meaning of the parable of the Good Samaritan that Jesus presents as an example in the Bible, and that the dicastery for communication deepens by making a pastoral reflection on the commitment of social networks. The question in my experience is, the question I want to answer is, who is my neighbor in the social network? So I started describing my shyness, but then I understood that I had to be trained to the well-being, the digital well-being and the protection, and to acquire the digital skills for community protection and personal protection. And after that, I have seen that there were other things that I did not understand, as for instance, the topic of artificial intelligence and how the algorithm works. I didn't know how to better develop policies and programs on digital media education. And I understood that we have to pay attention to the context, because I understood that everything started from there. So I have come to a third point, and meet the Good Samaritan. Apart from my difficulties, the third point was to meet the Good Samaritan. And who was the Good Samaritan to me? As in the reflection that I mentioned at the number 26, it is emphasized that the man who was beaten and left for dead was helped by the least expected person. So me too, I did not expect to receive this training and the joy that I have now, because at the time of Jesus, the Jewish and Samaritan peoples were often at odds. And so the Samaritan felt compassion, put himself in the other's shoes. He gave of himself, his time and his resources to listen and accompany the one that he had just met. This is what I understood. In this training, because I have met you, the speakers, as a good Samaritan, with your ability to listen and be ready to receive our stories without worrying about cultural prejudice and our ignorance on this topic. Their goal was to transmit us educational aspects, and therefore, so that we could be competent leaders in providing support, strengthening digital security and protecting data, and also being vigilant and being able to identify threats by ourselves. So, a good methodology, a synodal methodology. In the groups, we did practical exercises on how to build a digital media education policy, and this has enriched me in the sharing that we have done. I have seen others, to share, with me. In conclusion, to conclude my experience, I would like to thank all these groups and associations, Cameco, Tulip, BGK, the speakers, the coordinators and facilitators of this training, because it is written, go and do the same. And this is the response that Jesus gave to the doctor of the law who had asked what to do to inherit eternal life. As a consequence, I too, in the digital media presence, I am invited to go and do the same. So that what I have received from you, I have to transmit to the other, promote the good in the environment in which I work and I live. And I am very happy because I am fully aware now that in my country, many young people, many students, many teachers do not know they do not understand the literacy of media. They have never seen computers and smartphones. I'm talking about the schools that we have in the mountains where the teachers do not have even dictionaries. And my question is, how can I talk about artificial intelligence to these people that don't even know a computer? So I thank those who have thought that this training was necessary, because I have seen that there are some possibilities that we can look for financial opportunities to finance small projects. But I would like to invite some of you, if you can help me, to work out a project of digital teaching digital literacy, because we have people that have to go to the university and they do not know how to use their computers. So I thank you all, and I would like to say that the only tool that we have is this one, the smartphone. But in our shyness, in my shyness, I had the braveness, joy, and hope that everything will go well. To all of you, a big mercy, a big thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sister Goddess. And thank you for raising this issue and for bringing that up. I'm sure that the team are going to look into it to see how we can support your own mission to actually sensitize the people in your area, even knowing that they don't have access to smartphones or computers and things like that. Thank you so very much for your feedback. We appreciate it. Actually, for even taking the time to do a presentation for feedback, that's amazing. Well done, well done. Thank you so much. I would love to invite Father Johnny Justin for his feedback right about now. Is Father Johnny there? Okay. Yes. Awesome. Yes, sir. The stage is yours.
Alors, je dis bonjour à tout un chacun, ou
I
bonsoir.
have to say good morning or good evening to every one of you. That depends on where you are. Now, after this training, I want to share with you the core of what I have obtained in these training sessions. First of all, I have to say that this training has been given by you, dear speakers, but I had never thought that I could discuss with my bishop, because my bishop has asked me about this training, and I told him that we are going to work in a Catholic radio that has been opened in all the northern regions. And so to me, all the information I have received is fantastic, and I have learned a lot. Since the very first day, I have learned the challenges that are connected to the digital media, things to which I had not paid attention before. And then I have learned how we can use these tools in a right way, these devices in the right way. And then we have also worked on our reflections, in a reflective way on the media education. There are some connection problems.
Yeah, I think his video is frozen at the moment. Okay.
Que
Let's
parfois, eh
Okay.
bien,
And sometimes
l'information peut être vraie ou fausse. Et c'est là que j'ai appris à
the ability of
ce
distinguish
qu'on appelle
between
la désinformation.
fake news and real news, you know, the misinformation and disinformation, two things that look like being similar with one another, but they are not. And so I would like to thank you for explaining the difference. And this, you know, these things, have allowed me to go step by step from one step to the other, from one phase to the other in production and post-production. And all this
de m'aider eh bien, à former les jeunes, eh
has
bien, ou encore
taught me
former les fidèles, et je
how
suis confié
to
sur la façon eh bien, de
train the
mieux
people that are
sur la
given
façon
to
de
my
propager.
to
Donc,
my
c'est ça,
care.
eh bien, l'essentiel du deuxième jour de formation.
And this is
Le
the
troisième
essential
jour
of
de
the second
formation,
day
donc, c'est là justement que nous avons appris eh bien, nouvelles questions
training.
délicates eh bien, du bien-être numérique à l'aide de la connectivité mondiale. Donc, et là, on m'a appris
And there
comment puis-je sécuriser mes données.
I was taught how to make my data secure,
Eh bien, désinstaller les mots de passe
and
de
the fact that I had to
modifier les mots de passe
change the
en temps réel.
password.
Et là, la présentatrice a bien fait son travail pour nous dire
And
que
we have done the work, you know, to say that the best way to do that
ces carnets où l'on peut
is
justement écrire les différents mots de passe
to
et ce
change
carnet-là va être
the
secret,
different passwords
secrètement.
and
Donc,
to do it in
avoir un
secrecy.
email ou encore un
So
compte avec un mot de
uh,
passe, eh bien, doit
we
être
have not to write, for instance, an email with our password, and we have to change the password because to our email connection, because having this password for a long time will be could be a problem, because there are hackers that can take my password.
Donc, en ce
And
sens,
so
elle nous a demandé de
we
modifier de
have
temps à autre le mot de passe pour que
learned that we have
justement,
to
eh bien,
modify
nous puissions vivre en sécurité.
the
Donc, tout ce que ça m'a été demandé,
security
c'est parce
of
que
and
j'ai
also
un
the passwords of our
email
codes, and therefore
vieille
I have
ou
an
encore
email
vieux de plus de 15 ans avec un
after
seul mot de
more
passe
than
que je n'ai
15
changé.
years. I
Eh bien,
have
nous sommes dit,
never
ah, il
changed
faut
my
que
password,
justement, je commence
and
par
so I
changer
have
le
said
mot
to
de passe parce que
myself,
comme
well,
c'est
we have to change. I
référent,
have to change
eh
this
bien,
password because
pour
it's going to be
justement
a
de la
problem
protéger ou quoi
then.
que ce soit. Et là, c'est
And
comme si je serais à nu.
there
Toutes les informations
I have
seront livrées
worked
à
out
travers
a
le
new password, and
caractère.
all
Eh
this
bien, du
thanks to
troisième,
this training.
ce qui m'a
So
marqué du troisième jour, c'est donc ça.
what
Et je me demande, est-ce que mes
what I
confrères
would
et
like to
consoeurs
ask,
haïtiens
whether
ne
my
sont pas
brothers and
justement,
sisters,
naïfs face à cette situation-là.
whether
Parce qu'en
my
Haïti,
brother
nous
and
sommes
sisters
naïfs,
are
donc c'est
very
comme si nous
naive
restons là de manière
in this way,
sempiternelle,
because
avec le
they
même mot de
leave
passe,
their
sans
passwords
jamais le changer.
forever
Sans
without
jamais le
changing
changer.
them.
OK? Donc
So,
là, justement, je pense que
so
ça, c'est vraiment
there,
positif. Et là,
c'est this is a very positive thing that I have learned,
justement, ils puissent garder leur
and
sécurité
and
et
so I
sécurité.
have shared that
Donc,
with my brothers and
le
sisters so
quatrième
that they
jour,
could
et
keep
ce qui m'a
their
vraiment marqué,
accounts
c'est d'entrevoir
safe.
les perspectives
Then
anthropologiques
I
sur le
was
monde
very
numérique.
moved by
Et là,
the
justement,
anthropological perspectives and
ce qui
digital
a été la
perspectives that we
conférence
have
nous a montré
mentioned,
les
that
enjeux
you have mentioned.
réels
We have seen
d'entourant le monde
the
numérique,
challenges
notamment
of the digital
pornographie.
world,
Donc,
for
on
instance,
a parlé de
pornography
l'intelligence et
and
cyber,
cyber
le
exploitation and
intimidation, de façon que il y a des
harassment.
maladresses qui ruinent les
This
enfants.
is
Et parfois,
a
lorsque
series of
leurs
things that
parents
ruin the
eh
young
bien, savent
people,
que ce sont des
and
enfants
the
intéressés qui ne fassent
parents,
rien
they know,
pour ces enfants-là, savent
and
beaucoup de choses que leurs parents, à
the
travers ces
children
sites-là,
know
eh bien,
more
ils ont des
things than their
manières
parents in
de
this
parfois
way, and they
justement
are not
repousser
raised in a
les choses.
correct way.
Et
So
là, et
there,
l'explication de la conférencière
there,
nous a donné,
the
nous a
presenter has
donné des moyens de
given
pouvoir remédier à
us
cette situation.
the way
Donc, elle a
to
dit que la
understand
meilleure
all
façon
that, and she said that the
justement eh
best
bien, de
way
remédier à cette situation-là,
to
c'est
remedy this
d'éduquer
situation
les
is to
utilisateurs à ainsi en
train, to
réalité suivre
educate the
l'exemple. C'est
users,
la première chose. Et
so to
deuxièmement,
be
c'est de les
themselves
éduquer
an
à
example
l'utilisation
for
des
the
outils
others,
numériques
All
you know,
right.
for
Thank
the use of
you.
these
eh bien, ils ont besoin.
digital
Donc, on va
tools and the
essayer
protection, for the
I
protection of each and every one of us and of
all
our
right.
students and children, first of all.
Thank you. Thank you, Father, for the journey. We're so grateful for your feedback, but we need to just wrap it up at this point because our time is fast spent. And I am going to have to stay on the screen for the rest of our feedback, just so that we are on time because we need to close this out as soon as possible. I would like to call on Sister Shika Gomes for her feedback now. Please, let's try and keep it as short, sweet, and short as possible. 5 minutes would be great. Thank you so much. Are you able to speak, ma'am?
Sister, you need to unmute your mic. Mic. There is a button down called audio.
You need to unmute your mic, ma'am. Yeah.
Perfect.
All right.
Okay, I'm
Fantastic.
good.
Yes.
Good evening, good afternoon, whoever we are. Actually, I'm very glad that I got this opportunity to share my experience for last few days. I was very excited about this training. Since last 5 days went so fast, and it was very interesting and enriching program for me. And with this short time, I learned a lot. I'm grateful to Tulip for allowing me to participate in this training program and at the end of the session giving me this opportunity that I could express my feelings and experiences regarding this training. Tulip family was very kind, cordial, and cooperative and prompt in their communication. I appreciate it. I think it is an urgent issue and we need to respond to the signs of the time. And also, it is very important to be well equipped to help our youngsters to integrate their digital use in an appropriate range, their emotion, values, ethics, intellect, and humanity. The program methodology was excellent. Program was well planned and well organized. The contents and topics offered in this program were just appropriate and relevant. I got the basic ideas. The resource persons presenters were experienced, knowledgeable, and each one of them was very unique and expert in their own topics. I felt very comfortable with the participants and learned from their wise interactions. It was a real learning opportunity for me regarding digital media education, digital well-being, critical thinking, prepare digital curriculum and policy, digital citizenship, digital neighborhood, MIL, AI, and algorithms, identification of fake news, digital security, cyber security, and digital safeguard. Fundraising session ensured me that resource is available to actualize the dreamed activities. Learning about chemical was a great opportunity also. Group discussion provided space to share more intimately. Dear energetic, you were a mover and very dynamic. You kept us energetic. So I really appreciate all of your presentations and that but I will say that every topic I got to know and I was reflecting very deeply that there is an opportunity to implement these issues in my own situation with my own people. I'm very much optimistic that this experience will be helpful for me to offer a wise guidance to my faculty members and students, my sisters in the community, as well as in the church and Catholic education system in Bangladesh. I remember young people's voice needs to be heard and provide them space. And since we are very concerned about our young people and they're struggling with that digital media and with this kind of issues, definitely we have to guide them well. And this program, this training program, really provided me this opportunity. I'm grateful. And this program offered a click moment and an ice-breaking experience. Hope to learn more. Surely, it is a challenging job, and I'm willing to take this challenge. A big
Absolutely.
thank you to Tulip, Chemico,
And
Vijeka, and
Rebecca.
all the facilitators, presenters, mentors, and participants.
Thank
I'm
you.
wishing you happy Advent, Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year.
Love
And
it.
I'm most welcome to visit Bangladesh and offer your expertise and skills with our people. Thank you very much. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you, sister. Wishing you all the best. Compliments of the season to you as well. All right. I love it, love it, love it. And finally, last but not the least, I have the pleasure of inviting the Most Reverend Bishop Gerald.
Yeah.
If he's in the building. Okay, I think yes, yes. Is unmuted now, Father?
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
yes.
Uh,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for giving me a chance. I have already spoke, I think, 3 times today. So all the same, again, I have to speak. See, I believe the Catholic commitment to the generations of people is tremendous. And I believe there is nothing is impossible, provided we take our commitment seriously and make every effort. In India, there was a picture, Lagera or Munnabai. That means every person has to be all the time worried about the target for which he is existing. If he is a family man, he must be bothered about the family, bothered about his children, bothered about the future of his children. If he is committed, and he will make sure his family will go on the right track. Similarly, we priests and sisters, and also the lay people who are committed for a cause, that cause of Christ, building the better community, better society, better humanity, then we need to be alert and take up the challenge in building our children in the right track. Therefore, last 28 years I was a bishop. Every speech given to the public, I have said, mother and father are the first guardians of a child. If you do not give the value system to your children, don't expect the society to give. School you will keep the children only for 5 hours, but rest of the time children are with you. Therefore, you give the value system for them. And similarly today, as we say, the digital media education and policy formation. This is possible if we are all committed for the cause of Christ, building a better society, better community, better humanity. Then we need to take extra steps, extra effort, extra involvement, and search and seek and find the resources required and go ahead with that. That's the reason I told just 1 hour ago, I have got 62 schools and 85,000 children. If we do not do the job, then somebody will do the job and destroy this community. If we do the job, we can definitely guide them properly. Therefore, on this occasion, I thank the Tulip and all the people. I don't repeat anybody. I say everybody thank you, and thank you for giving me the chance to participate. Although I am just retired, still I thought I must participate and gain more knowledge for my articulation in the process. Wherever I go, whatever I do, whomever I meet, whatever the situation we face, we are not afraid. We don't cow down. We take up the challenge and march forward. I wish all the best for all the participants. You are coming from a different situation, but you also can do the thing. And also thank all those who inspired us, guided us, and give us the solid input, through their knowledge and through their experience. I thank all of them. God bless you. May you have a wonderful, wonderful future journey of your life. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Most Reverend. We appreciate you, sir. Thank you very much. All right. And I have the pleasure of inviting on this stage the Managing Director at Kamiko, Mr. Michael Unland, to come for the closing remark. Mr. Michael, the stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I have to say that in all those negative things that we sometimes see on the net, I got somehow compensated today with a lot of very positive energy and encouragement also for our work as Kameko to continue this work. Yeah, and I want to thank everybody so much for this wonderful feedback that we got. Sometimes you might feel a little bit overwhelmed by the problems that we face online, actually. And you might get the feeling that you can do little. Yeah? But I mean, we spoke about disinformation, about identity problems, about addiction, hate speech, and so on and so on. And I see we have 42 participants here only. And that is a very small number, but it's also the beauty of community and of a network that we have, that we can empower each other, and that we know that it's not only us, but it's also the network that each of you brings in, all those people that you are in communion with. And that is then already quite a bit. And then their networks as well, the people that you know and their networks. And all this can also be empowered through the structure of the network. So the network is big, is global, and you feel very small, but yeah, indeed, it can really go very, very far. I think about the school children, I think about the youth groups that you work with, about, maybe also the online subscribers that you have in your social media account, about parishioners, about seminaries, about the novices, or the audience. We have some journalists among us that you are connected to. So it is actually a wide community that we can reach through the network. And my appeal is take your influence seriously. What also the call was in the be fully present. Take our maybe little influence seriously. It can be very powerful. And it's maybe not so powerful on the surface, but it may be powerful also in the deeper layers. And remember the reverse logic of success in Christianity. We will soon celebrate this at Christmas. It all started in a stable. So it's a really unlikely place for such a story of success. And the apostles were only 12. We are 42. So it's not only about numbers and algorithms, it's about humans and more than that. So I thank you a lot for the energy in this group. Thanks to the tutors, trainers, you all managed to inspire our groups, and we have just seen the feedback of the tutors, and as I see also in the comment section. Thanks to the Tulip team, you really kept our backs free to concentrate only on content, on learning, and and there was somebody who selected this wonderful music in between. I want to have that music actually.
Absolutely, Noel. That's Noel. I'll give it to him. Best DJ ever.
And thanks to the translators that were somehow in the background, but accompanied us for these 5 days. Thank you so much. It's really tough work that you did, but you facilitated the understanding between us. Thanks to my colleagues, Fabiola, Emmy, Mambulo. Happy to hear that the concept found so good resonance. So I can tell you, we started actually with a training plan of which almost nothing remained as it was. It was a constant evolution, and what came out of it is what you see in the concept here. And thanks for this good feedback. It's I appreciate this work of very much, and also that I'm very happy about this good feedback that it received with you all. Yeah, last but not least, thanks to BGK. BGK helped us organizing this, helped us funding this, and actually BGK brought us in contact with Tulip. Thanks a lot for this. Unfortunately, Martin, the CEO of BGK, is not here. He's in Rome. He could not join us. But I will certainly tell him about this meeting. I will meet him next week. So I wish you all that you and the people that are in communion with you, that you first of all a lot of online and offline well-being, that you can escape the clutches of algorithms, and that you keep thinking critically, and that you stay safe and secure in the digital highway. Thank you very much.
I love it. Thank you so much, Mr. Michael. Honestly, what I took away from your word right now, which is something that we all have to go away with, is your impact is very, 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 very important. Like whether it is tiny or it is huge, you got influence, you have influence. So be very particular about it. Woo, I love that analogy. Jesus started in the stable, the gospel started with 12 apostles, and here we are, 42 of us. We can do much more greater, just like Jesus said, greater things than this shall you do. Thank you so much for that beautiful closing out remark. God bless you. I have the pleasure of inviting our CEO at Tulip, Mr. Benzer, to come on stage for his own vote of thanks and closing out remarks as well.
Great. Thank you so much, Energetic. And I have a very long list of thank you speech to thank a lot of people today. But in case if I miss out anyone, please don't feel bad. First, let me thank God Almighty for giving us a very smooth 5 days, because we started with a prayer, and in fact, it is the hand of God that everything should go as per the plan. So my first thank to God. We thank Begika team for putting together the funding for us to have this training a possibility. Now, a lot of people doesn't know the involvement of Chemico initially, including me. So when we sat with Michael and his team beginning of October, and when we started brainstorming, I found a young and energetic team backing him up, always cheerful. You would have seen last 5 days how Fabiola was there right from day one to give you all the inputs, Mambalu to ensure that everything has gone good, Amy on the other side on AI and other possibilities. So this team is the success team for Chemico. So we thank Michael and his wonderful team for putting together the content, identifying the speakers, identifying some mentors for us, ensuring all the planning happened in their style, in the way they want to communicate the message, because it's a very new project for us into digital world. We were very comfortable with project management, fundraising, renewable energy, but when this digital media education came in, we were a little bit new to this. But the way they handled it, they said, right, don't worry, we are there to ensure everything will happen in a very smooth manner, right from the planning of timetable to the topics, selecting the people. So there has been a lot of planning, which as an end user, you may not have felt it. You would have felt that, okay, the trainers are coming and speaking, but you have to think how the topics were chosen, how they were trained in a way that, okay, this 5 days, people have to learn this. One of the key outcomes of this is the mentorship program. To be very frank, when we had the previous mentorship programs, people come, they used to speak, and they go away and submit reports later. But when we had this discussion of mentorship program, first it was a group discussion for 2 days, then the policy presentation, then they said one full day for this. So we were also a little bit skeptical how this will happen. The quality of mentors we have right from Miss Maria, then we had Father Sanjay, Sister Marianne was as cheerful as ever, and she was always there for us. And Mr. Samuel, with all the troubles he had, he ensured everything went on in a positive way. So these four mentors were always there to say, even when we told them you need to make a presentation of 10 days, I used to think, will it be all good and smooth? But the way they carried you, the way they gave their ideas to you to ensure that you have a positive way forward is amazing. One thing I have noticed is everybody touched an important topic that youth need to be educated, youth need to be protected, youth need to be taken care. I feel this is the base because one of the sister in the initial days said her main interest to join this is to prepare a policy. Yes. Now we have the policy, we have a draft of that policy, but this is not the end. And there also we had Kamiko coming in and to say, let's take it beyond the training. It's not a ending. It's not the 5 days we will finish it. Let's train people beyond, help them to develop an actual policy which you can present it to your school, present it to the parents. And for us, within the community where fathers and sisters are there, it's very difficult to go and approach a third person for a help. Either they may misuse what data we give them, either they misuse many things for their personal good. But within this community, we are very comfortable and we thank everyone who enabled each other. So right from Kamiko, the trainers, the mentors who are behind this to ensure the 40 people who joined us were protected very much. Now, how did this composition of 40 came up? We have people representing from Philippines for whom it will be very late into the night. We have people from Haiti, for them still it's morning 9 o'clock. So imagine they have to wake up at 3 o'clock and attend the full sessions. And the sister has rightly pointed it out, the cell phone, because they are still back in technology. But my advice to you, sister, is it's never we are in the back end, because today you may be back, after 2 years you will be in the front. So people will adopt technology very fast. People will come into this very fast. Imagine when we started marketing ourselves, we had more participants from Haiti only. Even this training, we have more participants from Haiti. So as a training institute, what we thought was people there have an interest to learn. So that motivates us. So never feel that we are behind another person or we should not come up. No, the more you learn, once you are empowered, a group behind you will be empowered. So tomorrow a private company will come and do all this technology for you. You are protected to know, okay, I know what AI is. I know what the technology is. So everything is there for a reason. And we sincerely pray and hope that you will be in the front. I would like to thank certain organizations who are funding the participants also. CAFODOS funding also. We had Caritas Bangladesh, where we had a lot of sisters coming in to join us. Thank you so much. These are the interests that we see that new people are coming to join our trainings. And that motivates us a lot. And we will ensure that everything goes as per your requirement. We thank His Excellency Gerald Almeida for the second participation. He was there in the previous program as well. Father Lucky Mandava. We have a lot of participants who come back to us. That shows their commitment in learning more, and that shows that we are giving training in the proper way. So we thank every one of the participants. In case if I have not named anybody, I don't remember the name of 40, but definitely every one of you is important to us. The main reason is our journey started during COVID when everybody was at home and we don't know how to connect. And that taught us how to start, and we started Tulip in those days of interacting. And today we have reached this level. Now, coming back to our team behind this, if I don't say this, half of you will kill me. First, let me thank Energetic, our energetic DJ, EJ, who was behind all these things. She kept things lively for us. In fact, we met EJ in the last training, and she was there, and we liked the way she kept everybody occupied, kept everybody happy and going. Thank you so much, EJ. Without you, I'm sure most of them may be sleeping in the afternoon, but you made them to be remaining awake. It's great, and we like the way you positively carry forwarded each and every discussions, because that's not something which comes out of the blue. You need to be having this in your heart, so that's what comes out. So thank you so much. And as Michael has rightly put it, you want to see the DJ behind it. So let me bring forward Noel Bright. Is he there? He's always the man behind the show. So he's my son also. So he's Noel Bright for you, who plays the music. He not only plays the music, he manages the full background settings, like right from the time recording, right from the time of admitting everybody, ensuring all the planning behind technical things happen. He is the one who spotlights who is speaking, who is out there. Everything is taken care by him, and normally nobody sees this. And for me personally, I don't want to put somebody into this job from a third person, because it's a very delicate job. So he sits and he ensures everyone is taken care. Thank you, Noel, for that. So next I want to bring on screen Miss Plubal. She's there. Okay, you need to switch on the camera as well. Okay. I think, great. There you are for everyone. Great. So Plubal is with me right from my starting time, and she has been there more than me. She has a passion towards growing this company. In the sense, whenever somebody reaches to her for participation or anything, they always get a reply. And even if I don't reply, she comes to me again and says, let's reply for this. Let's go for this community. Let's go for this father. Let's go for this. She does everything to make my life easy. And not only that, most of you know her than me. So thank you so much, Plubal, for this. Keep continuing the good work, because when I chose Plubal for me also, we had a lot of discussion with Father Lord. We want somebody who understands the fathers and sisters across the congregations, because again, we don't want somebody who don't know the person whom they're dealing with. And she's from Goa, and I think this the time we have the exposition of Francis Xavier also in Goa. So, but she is staying with us in Dubai. So thank you, Plubal, for the good work you are doing. Continue to search for more people for our training, and wish you all the best as well. So as Michael has rightly put it, I am not sure if they will be opening cameras, Miss Lucrezia and Miss Ermina. These two are our translators. Okay, you are there. Great. They have been right behind us to ensure whatever we speak is properly communicated in English and French. Thank you very much. We don't hear you. Oh, okay, you are translating. So, okay, it's okay. Great. See, even then she's doing the job perfectly well. She has been with us right from day one when we started Tulip as well. So, one success is we don't keep change our team, and we don't keep inventing. We go for new things, but we ensure that our partners and whoever is associated with us comes a long way with us. So thank you very much to both of you for coming into this. So now a lot of people will question what next. The first question of what next with relation to digital media, Ms. Fabio has given to you in a very detailed manner. From Tulip, we have our training calendar, which you would have seen displayed. The next program for us is January end on contemporary fundraising methods, which will be interesting, and it will be online as well in French and English. So wherein the marketing will start. In 2025, we also plan to start our own programs. So the first two programs are purely managed by Tulip in terms of contemporary fundraising and project management. The last three programs are Begika funded programs. One is on renewable energy. In renewable energy, this time we had a detailed discussion with Begika. The main thing is on how renewable energy can be used for educational institutions and hospitals. So, as you know, Begika is one of the main funding agency for renewable energy projects. So, we want to drive this program in July mainly on that topic. So, you will be hearing more in that in the days to come. Plus, next digital media education with new topics. We will be again meeting in September 15 to 19. That's through Kamiko as well. So after the program, we shifted project management and fundraising program on site. This year it happened in Dubai. It was very successful. You can see the photographs in our website. But going forward, we have moved it to November because of the climate. Because now the climate is very good, and whoever is coming will definitely enjoy it. So in addition to this training, we are also planning to bring in a new topic of invention, which is called impact investing. I'm sure in the global south, you must be hearing a lot of discussions on this happening. We are also trying to bring in some partnerships with external companies. So impact investing is one of the topic wherein, let's say, you want to build a school and you want to do a solar for the school. But initially, a lot of people will expect, okay, I need this money by grants. And grants are something which is given, which is not going back. And every time in fundraising, we have a question. No, you can bring it down. So we have a question. I'm asking for funds, funding agencies are not giving. So here in impact investing, it's a little bit different. The way it works is, assuming you are a school, you want funds for your project to do solar, funds will be given, and then this will be given back in the form of your savings on electricity. So this is the way the world is slowly moving, and a lot of funding institutions are coming in, and they are more efficient in funding, and taking back mechanisms are there. So it's a new field which we will be seeing in the coming year as well. So a lot of changes we have in plans, which we will communicate to all of you. And now in terms of what happens to the WhatsApp groups. Now WhatsApp groups are there as you as participants. We will keep this group live until Kamiko will finish the evaluation of your policies and everything. So let's until 2024 for December end, these groups will be alive. So whatever discussions we need, it will happen within this group. Once we finish all these discussions, this group will be closed and all the participants will move to Tulip Alumni Group. And I know there was one issue which happened, that one of the users' phone was hacked. So from there, our accounts were taken and a lot of people were called. And it's exactly like as we are speaking in this forum. So now we have put additional security measures to ensure that we don't share any of your numbers. But in case if you feel that you have to be out of the group, the thing is on you. If you feel you don't want to be part of it, we will not add you on that. With relation to certificates, there will be a post-training survey which we will roll out by tomorrow or by Sunday. So next week, you have time to fill up the survey. Once the survey is completed and it comes to us, we have a digital certificate. I'm not sure if Global can put it on the screen for one of them as a sample. So this certificate will be emailed to all of you. And in case if you don't get it, you can check with Global and she will be sending it across to you. So I think that is all I have. And we thank every one of you again. My sincere heartfelt thanks to every one of you to make this program a success, because when I hear the whole day, everybody praising the success story they have, the confidence they had, the empowerment, I felt so happy. And just like as Mr. Michael said, when we do things like this and when we hear from you, it motivates us. Our sincere thanks to every one of you who had given their appreciation. Anything you have, please come back to us and we will be always there to help you out on that. Thank you so much and wish you a happy Christmas and happy New Year in advance.
Thank you so much, Mr. Benza. Thank you for putting this together. Thank you for, creating the platform Tulip for us to be able to partner with you to get to disseminate this information and knowledge. Okay, we've come to the last part of this session. Okay, now it's time for us to take a group photo. If we were in a physical location, we would all stand. Some people would sit, so that we can take the group photos. But now we're here, we can still leverage technology and take a group photo. So please, we're going to give you just a minute for everyone to turn on their cameras right now. Turn on your camera to be a part of this group photo. We want to see you. So set your camera, ensure that you're in the middle of the frame, ensure the camera can see, ensure the light is in front of you so we're not seeing just the shadow of your face. We want to capture your face. So face the light. Wherever you are, sit to face the source of the light so that we can see your face and put on your best smile. Yay! For those of you on camera, you can put on a reaction. You can use the react button and maybe turn on like the love. You see how mine is going red with hearts. Once we say cheese, you can do that, or you can use the reaction button and say celebration, for example, like, yay, we graduated, right? Whatever works for you, you can do that as we get ready. Plubel will count us in. Plubel, are we ready for a group photo? Are we ready? So I'm going to count us in. I'm going to say one. Okay. Plubel, do you want to count us?
No, you can carry on.
Okay. All right. So let's say 1, 2, go. Another one for safety. Another one for safety. Change your style. Are you ready, Plubel? 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you for being a part of this. It's been a week of learning, and I believe that you have learned a lot. And like most of the feedback that has come in, saying that you are going to implement on these things. And of course, if you're still a part of the Tulip alumni, you can also leverage that. If you have questions, you can still go ahead and ask questions in the group so that people from other parts of the world who are doing similar work as you can give you ideas or suggestions, right? So don't leave, don't do it alone. We are all together in this journey of making the world a better place. But thank you so much to everyone who has made this a success, to all the team from Tulip, from Kameko, from Bigeka, all the participants. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's been a pleasure serving you this past 5 days, and I look forward to meeting you again, probably in the next training by Tulip. All right. So thank you so much. Yes.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
It's about time for us to do a closing prayer. We started in prayers. We are going to close out in prayers. And I have the pleasure. I don't have the name of the
Sister Namrata.
Sister Namrata. Yes. Okay. So please let us invite Sister Namrata to close us out in prayer. We started with prayer. We want to end up and ask for God's grace as we continue on our journeys. Sister Namrata, are you there? Absolutely. The group photos will be shared. Is Sister Namrata there? I don't see her video. Hmm?
There, but I think she's there.
Is she on?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
All right, fantastic. Please take it away.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Abba, Father, we come before you with grateful hearts for the blessings of this day. Thank you for the digital world that has immeasurably increased our access to others, and so this opportunity to learn a lot through the digital platform. As we thank you for the collaboration of Kameko, Begeka, and Tulip in organizing this online training program on digital media education and policy development. We entrust you, Lord, all the members of these groups and their undertakings. Also, bless every participant that our use of social media may foster a spirit of encounter with neighbors of virtual world and like the good Samaritan tend the digitally wounded and marginalized. We may respond effectively to the challenges of fostering peaceful, meaningful, and caring relationships on social media. Help us in our endeavor to instruct and guide the other, adult and youth alike, that the digital world is not only a happy space of common understanding, free information and learning, easy access to those far away geographically, and collaboration, but also a space to navigate with the awareness of possible dangers and assume the responsibility to safeguard ourselves and others as digital citizens. Once again, we thank you, Lord, for all the learnings and blessings of these 5 days with a hymn of thanksgiving.
You, Lord, for giving us life. Thank you, Lord, for giving us life. Thank you, Lord, for giving us life. Right where we are. Hallelujah, praise the Lord. Hallelujah, praise the Lord. Hallelujah, praise the Lord. Right where we are. Thank you, Lord, for giving us love. Thank you, Lord, for giving us love. Thank you, Lord, for giving us love. Right where we are. Hallelujah, praise the Lord. Hallelujah, praise the Lord. Hallelujah, praise the Lord. Right where we are.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank
God
you,
bless
sister.
you.
Very nice
Thank
song.
you. It's been a pleasure one more time. Thank you, everyone. Well, that's it. And we have finally come to the end of the training.
The
Thank you.
photo, the group photo. We did not
Hey,
receive it.
oh, we'll share it. Please share it on the group.
Very wonderful.
We share it on the group. It will be shared on the group. You can share on Zoom as well. But yeah, the photo was taken. Thank you all very much. God bless you. Oh, look at Fabiola's cute baby girl.
Digital parenting too, yes.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right. Take care, everyone. God bless us all. DJ, over to you.
Ariel, you need the music to end.
Yes, yes.
Fabiola, hope she's better now.
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Marina.